A deadly pandemic brings the nation and the world to its knees. The novel coronavirus, later termed COVID-19, would headline our sentences and dictate the way we lived our lives. A suspicious illness with initial symptoms of cough, fever, and shortness of breath. Once considered a COVID-related pneumonia in Wuhan, China, only a few dozen cases at the time. Then Thailand, and Japan, and soon the United States. Atlanta-based Centers for Disease Control begins COVID screenings at 3 U.S. airports, where flights from Wuhan were the most populated. Later in January, the CDC confirmed its first case in Washington state, then established a team to investigate. In February, the United States declares a public health emergency after the World Health Organization announces the same globally. In March, the Georgia Department of Public Health reports that a Bartow County resident is Georgia's first COVID-19 related death. Mid-March saw a major shift as the governor closes K-12 and post-secondary schools and issues his first shelter-in-place order. Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms issues a telework protocol for city employees and would soon close City Hall to essential and non-essential employees, turning a bustling City Hall into this, a quiet, nearly empty building. The race for a national vaccine and COVID-19 testing was now well underway. There was still so much unknown. We had a lot to figure out. Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms establishes a pandemic coordination team to outline the city's strategic plan.
5, 6, 7, 8. We will begin. I call the meeting to order.
Atlanta City Council meetings left the chamber to find a new temporary virtual home. Town halls would be remote. Senior walk events would be executed via computer. Even the planting of trees would be done while masked and socially distanced. The mayor issues an executive order creating a $7 million emergency fund to help those impacted by the virus. Food programs, help for the homeless, small business support, and help for others adversely impacted. Congress passes the CARES Act, providing emergency relief checks to Americans as the United States registers 100 deaths from COVID. 4 firefighters with Atlanta Fire Rescue test positive for COVID-19. Sergeant Cortez Stafford tells us the virus led Chief Randall Slaughter to issue a state of emergency.
Some of the administrative duties have been reassigned to make sure we have folks out there in the field available to respond to calls. And I think that's important because we have to anticipate that we ourselves, the fire department, may have members that are affected by the coronavirus.
New protocols would be implemented for interaction with firefighters, police, and EMTs. Everything had changed. Unemployment rates spike, with the hospitality industry taking the largest hit.
Before you recover, you have to, endure. And that's what businesses are doing right now, is they're trying to make plans to endure what we're going through.
April, May, and June would see a combination of slowdowns and surges in cases, those also disproportionately impacting communities of color. Despite the restrictions, the nation gathered in protest upon the death of 46-year-old George Floyd, an African-American man who was killed as a Minneapolis police officer placed his knee on his neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. Protests are believed to be connected to an increase in COVID cases. As hospitals became overwhelmed, there were shortages of ventilators, face shields, masks, and other important personal protective equipment. People from across the country would begin making masks for themselves and others. Councilmember Jennifer Ide and family would even join in to help, and Emory would engage in a major clinical trial involving a COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna and a drug called remdesivir.
Hello, I'm Atlanta City Councilmember Howard Shook. Did you know the United States has been counting its population since 1790?
The 2020 census enacts COVID-19 protocols and extends its deadline. New protocols are established for pregnant women. Dr. Anthony Fauci warns that new COVID cases could hit 100,000 per day. July saw scientists confirming that airborne particles played a role in the virus's transmission, prompting the World Health Organization to acknowledge it publicly. Florida becomes the epicenter of the virus. Civil rights icons John Lewis and C.T. Vivian pass away. And our own Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, her husband, and 2 family members test positive for COVID-19. Atlanta City Council members would continue in their mission to help those in need by providing community food drives and drive-up grocery events. In August, the FDA issues emergency use authorization for convalescent plasma, and COVID becomes the 3rd leading cause of death.
We have surge planning, we have COVID planning, been looked at great. We worked at partnering with our departments of public health, the National Guard, state and local officials, all to be prepared for the demand that may be seen in the community.
September, October, and November saw fears of the upcoming flu season and a possible twindemic, where the flu and COVID would collide. The CDC finds a connection between COVID cases and those who dined out at restaurants. President Trump, along with First Lady Melania and their son, test positive for COVID-19. And Georgia citizens cast ballots in the presidential election during a pandemic. Joe Biden is elected president, Kamala Harris vice president. Council members Andrea Boone, actor T.I., and the mayor help families during a drive-through turkey giveaway. Christmas takes on a whole new meaning and hope as the first batches of Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine roll out in Georgia, focused on frontline healthcare workers and residents of long-term care facilities. Medical experts asked that holiday travel be limited, but many COVID-fatigued took to the highways and skies anyway. December would become the deadliest month of the pandemic in the U.S., with more than 65,000 dead. COVID-19 now the leading cause of death in the United States. With more vaccines on the way, medical experts hope all Americans who want the shot will have access to it by June of 2021. The Atlanta City Council adopts legislation ratifying the mayor's executive order directing the investment of $50 million in new bond funding to produce and preserve affordable housing in Atlanta. The order directs both the Chief Operating Officer and Chief Financial Officer to take actions necessary to request the issuance of the Series 2021 drawdown bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $50 million, and the authorization and pre-validation of additional bonds in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $100 million. The Council says yes to a resolution requesting all relevant city departments modify painted and printed icon signage denoting accessibility for persons with disabilities to show a more action-oriented representation of the disability community on public property. The Council approves a resolution to create the City of Atlanta Enterprise Resource Planning Steering Committee to provide responsibility and oversight in improving performance and delivery of city services. For more recently approved legislation, please visit our website, citycouncil.atlantaga.gov. This has been your Atlanta City Council Legislative Minute.
right at 2 o'clock. This is Councilmember Shepherd, so we're going to go ahead and get started. I am Councilmember Shepherd, Chair of Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee. Today is January the 11th. I want to wish everybody a happy new year. This is our first meeting of the new year. So glad to have you all here. So we will now call the meeting to order. Mrs. Lindo Corn. Lindo, can you please do a roll call, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Councilmember Andrea Boone. Present. Councilmember Amir Faroki.
Here.
Councilmember Dustin Heller.
Here.
Councilmember Carla Smith.
Here.
Councilmember Cleta Winslow.
Present.
Councilmember Michael Julian Bond. Madam Chair, we have a quorum, everyone but Councilmember Bond at this time.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lindo. We will now ask you to please
Council
read.
President Moore is here.
How are you, Ms. President Moore? Thank you for coming. All right, we'll move on now to our remote meeting statement, Ms. Lindo.
Yes, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Today's Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee meeting will be conducted remotely as advertised and in accordance with Georgia Code Section 50-14-1. The meeting will be conducted in conformance with Robert Rules of Orders and the Rules of Council as authorized by the City Code. The public may access the meeting conference bridge toll-free by dialing 877-579-6743 and entering conference ID number 831-599-1256. This information was also provided on the Friday, January 8th, 2021 public meeting notice. The public may also view the meeting on Channel 26, the Council's homepage at citycouncil.atlanta.ga.gov, Facebook and Twitter pages at HCL Council, and the Council's YouTube channel. All presentations are available on the Atlanta City Council website on the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee presentations page. Today's meeting agenda was also published and made available on Friday, January 8th via the city's website at atlantacitygA.iqm2.com. In addition, the public was able to submit comments via voicemail at 404-330-6022 yesterday between the hours of 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. These comments will be played during the public comment portion of this meeting. All persons present on the remote council meeting conference bridge are requested to mute your phones and speakers. Meeting participants wishing to speak must be acknowledged by the committee chair. Amendments, substitutes, presentations, and other informational documents have been distributed to committee members beforehand. Thank you all in advance for your cooperation.
Thank you, Ms. Lindo. We'll now move to adoption of the agenda. Can I get a motion to adopt the agenda, please? Winslow, second. All right, some promptly motion and a second by Ms. Winslow. We're ready for the vote, Ms. Lindo.
1 moment. The vote is open. The vote's closed. 6 days, 0 nays. The meeting agenda has been adopted.
Thank you, Ms.
Chair, Madam Chair, Councilmember Brown wanted me to let you know that he's also on the call.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Councilmember Bond is up on the call.
All right, thank you. Can we make sure we flag Mr. Bond as being here? All right, we will now move on to approval of the minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Motion approved.
Winslow, second. I think it was Mr. Hillis and Ms. Winslow. The Hillis motion, Ms. Winslow, second. We're ready for the vote, Ms. Lindo.
The vote is open, Madam Chair. Everyone, please vote.
Mr. Bond, are you on e-board?
I'm having difficulty logging on. My vote is aye.
Okay, thank you.
The vote is closed. 7 yeas, 0 nays. The meeting minutes have been approved.
All right. Thank you. We're now at item number F. As this is the beginning of the year, I thank you all for allowing me to be your chair again, but we also now have to nominate our vice chair. I spoke to Mr. Hillis and asked if he was still interested in being vice chair from last year. He did say yes. Unless we have others who want to come forward, what is your position? Is there anyone else who would, I'm going to open the floor to anybody else who would like to nominate themselves and nominate someone else? If not, motion is to nominate Mr. Dustin Hillis as our vice chair. Can I get a second?
Second, Winslow.
Thank you, Ms. Winslow. Ms. Lindo, we're ready for the vote.
Madam Chair, this is just a voice vote.
Oh, it is? Okay. Okay, thank you. Mr. Hillis, thank you for serving a second term. I appreciate you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Chairwoman Shepherd, and looking forward to assisting you and my colleagues in this year 2021.
Thank you. We're now at public safety legislative administrative goals. Ms. Lindo, I think you sent out a list of our goals from last year, and I want you all to look over what we did last year. Some things we completed, some we didn't. What I'd like to do is ask for you all to look at this over, and by our next meeting, come up with any other goals that we want to add or change on there. Is that all right with everyone?
Yes.
Okay.
Sounds good.
No objection. Please look over the list. Ms. Lindo, you have sent out that list. I've been so busy this morning, I've been wearing 10 hats. Did you send that list out to all the committee members?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So we'll come back to that at our next meeting. We're now at items number 8, which is public comment. Ms. Lindo, how many minutes of public comment? How many public comments do we have?
There's 7 public comments, and that will run about 1 hour and 59 minutes and 19 seconds.
All right, we're now at public comment, and we will get started. And for all folks who are presenting, again, I just want to let you all know we'll be in public comment for 1 hour and 59 minutes and 19 seconds. And so after that, you'll all be up for presentation. Thank you. So with that, Ms. Lindo, we're ready for our public comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 1 moment.
Hi, my name is Dallas Dean. I am a kind of longtime resident of Atlanta. I'm calling for a few reasons today. Firstly, I'm hoping that the council will not roll back the APD policy to end all police chases. I am really frustrated by the street racing that's going on. I wholeheartedly
line muted.
Are inconvenienced by it or, affected by it. But I think that rolling back the APD policy to end police chases is not the way to go about stopping these. It's going to result in more deaths. It, has in the past. There's no reason to expect that it wouldn't in the future. Also, calling to ask that the city council does everything it can to close the Atlanta Correctional Facility that has been promised by the mayor that it will be closed. Please follow through on that. It's important to keep your word to constituents. It's so important. And thirdly, calling to express gratitude that the charges against Black Lives Matter protesters were dropped, but also outraged that they were ever arrested and charged in the first place, especially considering everything else that was going on that day, and that these peaceful protesters are the ones who were arrested is so disappointing. I have a lot of pride for my city, and I love some of the things that we're able to do, and I hope that you all are able to steer it in the right direction in regard to these matters. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Adora Poon, and I'm a long-time resident and voter here in Atlanta. And I'm calling for a few reasons. Number one, the APD rollback on the police chase policy. Obviously, I think it's pretty obvious that police chases can become quite recklessly dangerous and to the point of lethality, as evidenced by the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in late 2019. And I want to stand in solidarity with the other Atlanta residents who are opposing this rollback of its police chase policy. Next, I understand that the Fulton County Sheriff has proposed to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes, and pardon my pun, but I believe that's a complete cop-out. The Mayor Bottoms and other city officials have promised to close the jail by the end of this year. Just because it changes ownership has nothing to do with the promise to close the jail. So, again, it's a complete reversal of the promises, and I find there is no reason for this jail to remain open. Next, as obviously everyone is calling in about Wednesday's events, and the blatant contrast between how protesters showing solidarity with the Kenosha shootings were treated so differently from people, from insurrectionists who stormed the Capitol building in an attempted coup. The fact that the peaceful protesters were brutally arrested barely 90 seconds following the dispersal warning, and were charged with, although the charges were dropped, they were treated so differently from the people at the Capitol building. And it's just hypocritical and obvious that this is against racial justice. It's full of just hypocrisy and blatant racial discrimination. And I would definitely urge that all of the City of Atlanta officials and the police department continue to racial justice and police brutality and stop arresting those who are peacefully protesting police brutality in Atlanta. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Paige Dukes. I'm a citizen of Atlanta, and I work for the Southern Center for Human Rights. I'm calling today to ask you to close the Atlanta City Detention Center already. We have been promised a center for wellness and equity, and the last thing that we need is another Fulton County jail when the two that already exist have unspeakable conditions, and Sheriff Labatt needs to focus on getting the jails that he has in order instead of trying to expand to a jail that has been promised to be closed for over a year now. Also, please reinstate the law that bans police chases in the city. I've been hearing people in these meetings talk about reckless driving for months now, and yet now we are going to let up to 3 vehicles drive recklessly at the same time. Please ban police chases, and please dismiss the charges for people protesting police brutality. They're exercising their First Amendment rights, and arresting them and putting them through the court system is taxpayer money that is wasted. Thank you for hearing my comments.
Hi there. My name is Taylor McDonald, and I'm an Atlanta resident. I'm calling in regards to APD's rollback of its police chase policy. which represents misguided priorities and endangers two Atlanta residents. Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson died in late 2019 due to this, and APD is lethal, period. I'd love if y'all would defund APD, but clearly you're not going to do that. So maybe, I don't know, no more police chases, and closing the Atlanta City Detention Center and dropping charges on peaceful protesters made Wednesday, January 6th, and in the summer prior would be a really great start. The people in Atlanta rely on y'all to represent our interests and not the interests of corporate backers, and you're all doing a pretty terrible job. There's like a lot of room for improvement. Listen to the people, close ACDC, and end police chases. People die. And it really is a matter of public safety. Thank you so much for your time. Do your job. Be safe and be well.
Hello, my name is M. Bahati Kaumba. I'm a resident and voter. The rollback of APD's, or at least Atlanta Public Police Department's police chase policy is problematic, especially with the deaths that have occurred in 2019. So these chases are lethal and they need to be stopped. The proposal to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center is the opposite direction of what we should be doing and what Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms proposed in terms of closing the jail. We do not need over-policing, especially in this moment. And then also, there were protesters arrested on Wednesday, 23 protesters arrested who were protesting peacefully. 4 of them were harmed and even had to go to Grady. So those charges need to be dropped, especially with how we've seen the insurrectionists and white supremacists get away with doing far more damage in our country's capital. So those are my 3 points to raise. And again, we need to transfer funds for policing into other areas to have more social uplift and good as opposed to police brutality. Thank you.
Laura Hernandez, a resident of the West End. I want to just mention that I support reversing the no chase policy. I believe that criminals, based on this no chase policy, have felt that they could do whatever they want because police, unfortunately, cannot chase them. So I encourage and approve of the fact that we have reverted that no chase policy. I also want to support the establishment of code enforcement trust funds to deal with the blighted properties. Obviously, we know blighted properties are the foundation of crime in a lot of our communities, and we see the trust fund as a down payment on a plan that will yield the benefit of lower crime. Thanks again.
Good afternoon. My name is Diana Pugh, and I'm a resident and voter in the city of Atlanta. First, I'm calling with regards to APD's rollback of its police chase policy, which represents misguided priorities and a danger to Atlanta residents. With the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in late 2019, the APD has proven police chases to be lethal. I would like City Council to know that I and many other Atlanta residents oppose this rollback. Secondly, I'd like to address my concerns about recent news, which reveals that Fulton County Sheriff has proposed to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes. I strongly oppose this proposal as it represents a full reversal of the promises made by Mayor Bottoms and other city officials to close the jail by the end of this year. There is absolutely no reason for this jail to remain open. Third, this past Wednesday, 23 protesters showing solidarity with the Kenosha shooting were arrested in downtown Atlanta. These protesters were brutally arrested less than 90 seconds following the dispersal warning and charged with obstructing traffic despite being entirely on the sidewalk. 4 protesters were physically harmed and sent to Grady Hospital. These arrests, contrasted with what occurred that very morning at the U.S. Capitol, illustrate everything we already know about the racist origins of policing. As of this weekend, the charges on these protesters were dropped. While this is great news, I'd still like the City of Atlanta officials and police department to reflect on why it is that those who stand up for racial justice and against police brutality are charged and arrested, while those who rally in support of white supremacy are lightly scolded. The APD must stop arresting those who peacefully protest police brutality in Atlanta. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Alan Woodall. I'm a resident of Atlanta. I live over in Reynoldstown. First, I'm calling with regards to APD's proposed rollback of its police chase policy. It's misguided. It's dangerous to Atlanta residents. The deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in 2019 proved that APD cannot safely handle and execute police chases. I would like City Council to know that I and many other residents oppose this rollback on police chase policy. Second, I would like to address concerns about the recent news that the Fulton County Sheriff has proposed to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center to use for county purposes. I strongly oppose this proposal as it represents a full reversal of the promises made by Mayor Bottoms and other city officials to close the jail. None of the task force suggestions for the jail included continuing to house inmates there, and there's no reason for the jail to remain open. And third, this past Wednesday, 23 protesters showing solidarity with the Kenosha shooting were arrested in downtown Atlanta. They were brutally arrested less than 90 seconds following a dispersal warning. 4 so badly harmed they were sent to Grady Hospital. That very same morning, open insurrectionists were allowed to walk through the halls of the government in our state capital to present concerns to Brad Raffensperger. They were so afraid for his safety, he had to be evacuated. And yet he was escorted, these people were escorted through our government building and left to go about their day with no problems. So that contrast very well shows the hypocrisy of the actions of the Atlanta police. And I demand that they stop arresting peaceful protesters in Atlanta. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Deandra Powers, and I am a voter in the City of Atlanta and resident. Firstly, I'm calling with regards to APD's police rollback of its police chase policy, which represents misguided priorities and a danger to Atlanta residents. With the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in late 2019, APD has proven police chases to be lethal. I would like City Council to know that I, along with many other Atlanta residents, oppose this rollback. Secondly, I'd like to address my concerns about which recent news which reveals that Fulton County Sheriff has proposed to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes. Strongly oppose this proposal as it represents a full reversal to the promises made by Mayor Bottoms and other city officials to close the jail by the end of this year. But there's absolutely no reason for this jail to remain open. And I would like for those promises by Mayor Bottoms to be kept. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Leah Clements, and I'm calling the Atlanta Council to remember your commitment to closing the Atlanta City Detention Center that was supposed to be closed by the end of last year, and to repurpose those funds towards a Center for Healing and Justice in the various communities that the task force has laid out, and to please drop the charges of the people who were protesting peacefully on Wednesday, January 6th. Thank you very much, and have a nice day.
My name is Holly Howell. I'm a resident and voter in the City of Atlanta. First, I'm calling with regards to APD's rollback of its police chase policy, which represents misguided priorities and a danger to Atlanta residents. With the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in late 2019, the APD has proven police chases to be lethal. I would like City Council to know that I and many other Atlanta residents oppose this rollback. Secondly, I'd like to address my concerns about recent news, which reveals that Fulton County Sheriff has proposed to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes. I strongly oppose this proposal as it represents a full reversal of the promises made by Mayor Bottoms and other city officials to close the jail by the end of this year. There's absolutely no reason for the jail to remain open. Thank you for your time. Again, this is Holly Howell.
Good evening. My name is Laura Shaheen, and I'm a resident and voter in the city of Atlanta. First, I'm calling with regards to the APD's rollback of its police chase policy, which represents misguided priorities and a danger to Atlanta residents. With the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in late 2019, the APD has proven police chases to be lethal. I would like the City Council to know that I and many other Atlanta residents oppose this rollback. Secondly, I'd like to address my concerns about recent news, which reveals that Fulton County Sheriff has proposed to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes. I strongly oppose this proposal as it represents a full reversal of the promises made by Mayor Bottoms and other city officials to close the jail by the end of this year. There's absolutely no reason for this jail to remain open. Third, this past Wednesday, 23 protesters showing solidarity with the Kenosha shooting were arrested in downtown Atlanta. These protesters were brutally arrested less than 90 seconds following the dispersal warning and charged with obstructing traffic despite being entirely on the sidewalk. 4 protesters were physically harmed and sent to Grady Hospital. These arrests contrasted with what occurred that very morning at the U.S. Capitol to illustrate everything we already know about the racist origins of policing. As of this weekend, the charges on the protesters were dropped. While this is great news, I'd still like the City of Atlanta officials and police department to reflect on why it is that those who stand up for racial justice and against police brutality are charged and arrested, while those who rally in support of white supremacy are lightly scolded. The APD must stop arresting those who peacefully protest police brutality in Atlanta. Thanks for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeannie Sila, and I'm a resident and voter in the city of Atlanta. First, I'm calling with regards to APD's rollback of its police chase policy, which represents misguided priorities and a danger to Atlanta residents. With the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in late 2019, the APD has proven police chases to be lethal. I would like City Council to know that I and many other Atlanta residents oppose this rollback. Secondly, I'd like to address my concerns about recent news which reveals that Fulton County Sheriff has proposed to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes. I strongly oppose this proposal as it represents a full reversal of the promises made by Mayor Bottoms and other city officials to close the jail by the end of this year. There's absolutely no reason for this jail to remain open. Third, this past Wednesday, 23 protesters showing solidarity with the Kenosha shooting were arrested in downtown Atlanta. These protesters were brutally arrested less than 90 seconds following the dispersal warning and charged with obstructing traffic despite being entirely on the sidewalk. 4 protesters were physically harmed and sent to Grady Hospital. These arrests contrasted with what occurred that very morning at the U.S. Capitol illustrate everything we already know about the racist origins of policing. As of this weekend, the charges on these protesters were dropped. While this is great news, I'd still like the City of Atlanta officials and police department to reflect on why it is that those who stand up for racial justice and against police brutality are charged and arrested, while those who rally in support of white supremacy are lightly scolded. The APD must stop arresting those who peacefully protest police brutality in Atlanta. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Troy Goodman. I am an Atlanta, Fulton County resident, and I am calling to request that you stop police chases, also to drop the charges regarding peaceful protesters, and for you to close the Atlanta City Detention Center. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brad Beatles, and I'm an Atlanta area resident. I'm calling today first about the APD decision to resume vehicle police chases. This has been shown to be dangerous to the citizens of the community that the police were sworn to protect, as evidenced by the deaths of 2 people in late 2019. I do not approve of the dangerous police chases, and I call on City Council to urge APD to continue its no chase policy. Also, I'm calling about the Atlanta City Detention Center, which was promised to be closed at the end of last year. Not only is it still open past the deadline, but there's also news of a potential transfer to Fulton County authorities due to overcrowding at the existing Fulton County detention centers. The solution to overcrowded prisons is not more prisons. It's decriminalization, and refunding community programs that support education and healthcare. Lastly, I'm calling about the 23 protesters that were arrested on Wednesday evening in solidarity with Jacob Blake and the residents of Kenosha. In contrast to the events occurring in Washington, D.C. on the same day, the hypocrisy and the racism of the police is overtly apparent. Although charges have been dropped, it still shows that the intent of the APD is to silence social movements and restrict our guarantee to freedom of speech. APD must stop brutalizing and antagonizing those who peacefully exercise their first and most basic right to freedom of speech. Thanks for your time.
My name is Katrina Kirkland. I reside in the city of Atlanta, Fulton County, and I would like to vote for no more police chases. I would like to vote to close the Atlanta City Detention Center. I would like to drop the charges on peaceful protesters made on Wednesday, January the 6th. Again, I would like my information and my voice heard. No more police chases. Close the Atlanta City Detention Center and drop the charges on peaceful protesters made Wednesday, January 6th. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alexandra McCall. I'm a resident and voter in the city of Atlanta. I'm calling in regards to APD's rollback of its police chase policy. I am in support of ending deadly police chases, closing ACDC, and removing the charges on peaceful protesters made Wednesday, January 6th. Thank you so much for your time.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Nina Benton, and I'm a resident and voter in Atlanta City Council District 2. First, to follow up on my call on the same topic last week, I'm calling about APD's rollback of its police chase policy. This rollback represents misplaced priorities and poses a danger to people on our city's streets. The deaths of Jermaine Jackson and Mark Hampton in late 2019 offer just one recent tragic example of how APD's car chases can be lethal for bystanders. I would like to let City Council know that many Atlanta residents, including myself, oppose this rollback. I'm sure you're getting a lot of calls about it. Next, I'd like to express concerns about recent news that I've read that Fulton County's new sheriff has announced that he wants to buy the Atlanta City Detention Center and begin housing more inmates there. I know a lot has been going on lately, but I wonder if the mayor and other city officials have forgotten about their promises to close the jail by the end of this year. Selling ACDC to Fulton County and wiping the city's hands clean of it does not constitute closing the jail if it's still going to be a jail. I urge the City Council to do what you can to fulfill the promises made by the mayor and city officials about closing the jail. And I urge you to decline Fulton County's proposal. There's no good reason to accept this proposal from Fulton County because there's no reason for the jail to remain open. I'd like to address one more topic on this call. This past Wednesday evening, 23 protesters who were demonstrating in solidarity with Jacob Blake, who was the survivor of a shooting by police in Kenosha, Wisconsin, were arrested downtown, as I am sure you heard. Police used violent force to arrest these protesters less than 2 minutes after issuing a dispersal warning, and the protesters were charged with obstructing traffic despite being entirely on the sidewalk. Four protesters were injured enough to have to be sent to Grady Hospital. These arrests are in stark contrast with what occurred that very morning at the U.S. Capitol. This contrast illustrates what we already know about the racist origins of policing. As of this weekend, the charges on these protesters in Atlanta were dropped. I was glad to hear about this news, and it's good, but I would still like the City of Atlanta officials and police department to reflect on why it is that those who stand up for racial justice and against police brutality are charged, while those who rally in support of white supremacy are lightly scolded. APD must stop arresting those who peacefully protest police brutality in Atlanta. Thank you for your time. Goodbye.
Good day, Atlanta City Council. My name is Cindy Coburn, and I am a constituent residing now in Archibald's district. and I'm calling regarding a couple of matters. Given everything that's gone on in the past week and also throughout this pandemic, I also became aware that there are possibilities that the police chase policies will change. And as a constituent, I'm begging that we do not start doing that. I'm concerned about the safety of all ATL residents and those that are in the Atlanta area if those pursuits continue. So I'm hoping that that decision doesn't come into fruition where we go back from changing the no chase policy. Also, I am also calling about the detention center, which I remember the legislation and being so proud of Atlanta of trying to get to some restorative justice and reading possibly, I believe on NPR that WABE, that Fulton County is submitting a proposal to buy it. And I feel that given everything that's going on, I understand that, as taxpayers, we're still funding this facility, and there's, it's a long time that it needs to close. And I know that you guys had a task force or, several experts to sit on the committee to review what to do with the center. But I think that, everyone should be held accountable for the promises made. And if this is what was told to us as residents of Atlanta, that it will turn into an equity center, I'm really expecting that to happen and not to be sold off to Fulton County to house more inmates. So that is what I'm calling about today. I appreciate your efforts. Please stay healthy and safe. Thank you for your time.
My name is Roger Funt, and I'm a resident and voter in the city of Atlanta. First, I am calling with regards to APD's rollback of its police chase policy, which represents misguided priorities and danger to Atlanta residents. With the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in late 2019, the APD has proven police chases to be lethal. I would like the city council to know that I and many other Atlanta residents oppose this rollback. Secondly, I'd like to address my concerns about recent news, which reveals that Fulton County Sheriff just proposed to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes. I strongly oppose this proposal as it represents a full reversal of promises made by Mayor Bottoms and other city officials to close the jail by the end of this year. There's absolutely no reason for the jail to remain open. Third, this past Wednesday, 23 protesters showing solidarity with the Kenosha shooting were arrested in downtown Atlanta. These protesters were brutally arrested less than 90 seconds following the dispersal warning and charged with obstructing traffic despite being entirely on the sidewalk. 4 protesters were physically harmed and sent to Grady Hospital. These arrests contrasted with what occurred that very morning at the U.S. Capitol illustrate everything we already know about the racist origins of policing. As of this weekend, the charges of these protesters were dropped. While this is great news, I feel like the city of Atlanta officials and police department should reflect on why it is that those who stand for racial justice and against police brutality are charged and arrested, while those who rally in support of white supremacy are lightly scolded. The APD must stop arresting those who peacefully protest police brutality in Atlanta. Thank you for your time.
Hi there, my name is Chuhan Luo, and I live in East Atlanta. My comment is that I saw that we're starting up police chases again, which I know has been shown to be both dangerous and ineffectual. I think it's dangerous for bystanders, for policemen, and for the person being chased. And I don't think that that should be something that we prioritize, especially in our current state. I also saw that the Atlanta City Detention Center is being considered to sell to the Fulton County department, and I think that is kind of just like passing the buck. The mayor had already committed to closing it, and and we should close it and use the funds for actual public service rather than an empty detention center. And as far as the protesters, I think to see the protesters in Atlanta for civil rights be arrested and put into jail in our current COVID state seems really surprising and not a good use of resources or sending the right message, considering it happened on the same day as the Capitol Hill riot. So I think that those charges should be dropped and the protesters should be set free. Thank you.
Hey, City Council. My name is Nolan Huber Rose. I'm a resident and voter in the city of Atlanta. I'm calling with DARK. First, I'm calling with regards to the APD's rollback of its police chase policy, which represents misguided priorities and a danger to Atlanta residents, and I'm very concerned about it. With the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in late 2019, the APD has proven police chases to be lethal, along with several other research studies around it. I would like City Council to know that I and many other Atlanta residents oppose this rollback. Secondly, I'd like to address my concerns about recent news which reveals that Fulton County Sheriff has proposed to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes. I strongly oppose this proposal as it represents a full reversal of the promises made by Mayor Bottoms and other city officials to close the jail by the end of last year. There's absolutely no reason for this jail to remain open. And it is also concerning to me to see that the Sheriff of Fulton County was also a part of the committee that was supposed to make a plan for closing Atlanta City Detention Center. And that's really concerning to me about some of the backdoor politics that may be happening right now. And I just really want to show my disapproval with this and would love for you all to address it in a more public way. And would love to see more representatives talking about this in a public way. Thank you so much for taking my call. Bye.
My name is Zach Lowell. I'm a Candler Park resident, and I'm calling in regards to high-speed police chases. In the winter of 2009, when I was a teenager, my family and I were caught as bystanders to a police chase by APD. That event sent all three of us to the hospital and left us facing financial ruin as well as medical crisis after medical crisis. That one event quite literally altered the course of our lives and continues to affect us to this day. It is because of a police chase that it occurred. The rate of success in high-speed chases does not justify the culture of reckless endangerment, injury, and death that they subject bystanders to. There is no justification for resuming a practice that has led to the death and injury of Atlanta residents. That is not public safety. I ask that you reinstate the ban on all high-speed police chases immediately. Additionally, I call for the closure of the Atlanta City Jail, not its transfer to Fulton County, and the dropping of all charges against peaceful protesters. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gentry Staten, and I've worked and lived around the city of Atlanta for a few years now. First, I'm calling with regards to APD's rollback of its police chase policy, which represents misguided priorities and a danger to Atlanta residents. With the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in late 2019, the APD has proven police chases to be lethal. I would like City Council to know that I and many other Atlanta residents oppose this rollback. Secondly, I'd like to address my concerns about recent news, which reveals that Fulton County Sheriff has proposed to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes. I strongly oppose this proposal as it represents a full reversal of the promises made by Mayor Bottoms and other city officials to close the jail by the end of this year. There is absolutely no reason for this jail to remain open past 2020. Third, this past Wednesday, 23 protesters showing solidarity with the Kenosha shooting were arrested in downtown Atlanta. These protesters were brutally arrested less than 90 seconds following the dispersal warning and charged with obstruct traffic despite being entirely on the sidewalk. 4 protesters were physically harmed and sent to Grady Hospital. These arrests contrasted with what already occurred that very morning at the U.S. Capitol, with what we already know about the origins of policing. As of this weekend, the charges on these protesters were dropped, thankfully. However, I'd like to see the City of Atlanta officials and police departments still reflect on why it is that those who stand up for racial justice and against police brutality are charged and arrested, while those who rally in support of white supremacy are lightly scolded. The APD must stop arresting those who peacefully protest in Atlanta. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Megan Clark, and I'm a resident and voter in the city of Atlanta. First, I'm calling with regards to APD's rollback of its police chase policy, which represents misguided priorities and a danger to Atlanta residents. With the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in late 2019, the APD has proven police chases to be lethal. I would like City Council to know that I and many other Atlanta residents oppose this rollback. Second, I'd like to address my concerns about recent news which reveals that Fulton County Sheriff has proposed to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes. I, among many others, strongly oppose this proposal as it represents a full reversal of the promises made by Major Bottoms and the other city councils officials to close the jail by the end of this year, and there's absolutely no reason for this jail to remain open. Third, this past Wednesday, 23 protesters who were showing solidarity with the Kenosha shooting were arrested in downtown Atlanta. These protesters were brutally arrested less than 90 seconds following the dispersal warning and charged with obstructing traffic despite being on the sidewalk. 4 protesters were harmed and sent to Grady. These arrests contrasted with what occurred that very morning at the U.S. Capitol illustrate everything we already know about racist origins of policing. As of this weekend, the charges for all these protesters were dropped. This is good news, but I would still like the City of Atlanta officials and the police department to reflect on why it is that those who stand up for racial justice and against police brutality are charged and arrested immediately and violently, while those who rally in support of white supremacy are somewhat scolded. The APD must stop arresting those who peacefully protest police brutality in Atlanta. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Charles Bond. I'm calling with regard to the Atlanta Police Department's rollback of its police chase policy, which represents misguided priorities and a danger to Atlanta residents. With the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in late 2019, the APD has proven that police chases can be lethal. I would like the City Council to know that I and many other Atlanta residents oppose this rollback. Secondly, I'd like to address my concerns about recent news which reveals that Fulton County Sheriff has proposed to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes. I strongly oppose this proposal as it represents a full reversal of the promises made by Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms and other city officials to close the jail by the end of the year. There's absolutely no reason for this jail to remain open. Third, this past Wednesday, 23 protesters showing solidarity with the Kenosha shooting were arrested in downtown Atlanta. These protesters were brutally arrested less than 90 seconds after the dispersal warning and charged with obstructing traffic despite being entirely on the sidewalk. 4 protesters were physically harmed and sent to Grady Hospital. These arrests, contrasted with what occurred that very morning at the U.S. Capitol, illustrate everything that we already know about the racist origins of policing, the racist nature of policing in this country. As of this weekend, the charges against the protesters were dropped. That's great news, but I'd still like the City of Atlanta officials and police department to reflect on why it is that those who stand up for racial justice and against police brutality are charged, arrested, and brutalized, while those who rally in support of white supremacy in our nation's capital are lightly scolded. The APD must stop arresting those who peacefully protest police brutality in Atlanta. Thank you for your time, and have a great day.
Hi, my name is Lucy Bradley. I'm a resident and voter in the city of Atlanta. First, I'm calling with regards to APD's rollback of its police chase policy, which represents misguided priorities and a danger to Atlanta residents.
With the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in late 2019, the APD has proven police chases to be lethal. I would like City Council to know that I and many other Atlanta residents oppose this rollback. Secondly, I'd like to address my concerns about recent news which reveals that Fulton County Sheriff has proposed to purchase Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes. I strongly oppose this proposal as it represents a full reversal of the promises made by Mayor Bottoms and other city officials to close the jail by the end of this year. There's absolutely no reason for this jail to remain open. Third, this past Wednesday, 23 protesters showing solidarity with the Kenosha shooting were arrested in downtown Atlanta. These protesters were brutally arrested less than 90 seconds following the dispersal warning and charged with obstructing traffic despite being entirely on the sidewalk. 4 protesters were physically harmed and sent to Grady Hospital. These arrests, contrasted with what occurred that very morning at the U.S. Capitol, illustrate everything we already know about the racism endemic to policing. As of this weekend, the charges on these protesters were dropped. While this is great news, I'd still like the City of Atlanta officials and police department to reflect on why it is that those who stand up for racial justice and against police brutality are charged and arrested, while those who rally in support of white supremacy are lightly scolded. The APD must stop arresting those who peacefully protest police brutality in Atlanta. Thank you for your time.
My name is Kathy E. I'm a resident voter in Atlanta. I'm calling with regards to roll back the police chase policy, which represents misguided priorities and danger to Atlanta residents. With the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in late 2019, the APD has proven police chases to be lethal. I would like City Council to know that I and many other Atlanta residents oppose this rollback. And if you care about the health and safety of your citizens, you would also oppose this rollback. I'd like to address my concerns about recent news that reveals that the Fulton County Sheriff has proposed to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes. I strongly oppose this proposal as it represents a full reversal of the promises made by Mayor Bottoms and other city officials to close the jail by the end of last year. There's absolutely no reason for the jail to remain open. Third, this past Wednesday, over 20 protesters were arrested in downtown Atlanta. These protesters were brutally arrested less than 90 seconds following the dispersal warning and charged with obstructing traffic despite being entirely on the sidewalk. Although the charges have been dropped, it basically represents a pattern of Atlanta Police Department's policing. The APD must stop arresting those who peacefully protest police brutality in Atlanta. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Carson Shadwell, and I'm a resident and voter in the city of Atlanta. First, I'm calling with regards to APD's rollback of its police chase policy, which represents misguided priorities and a danger to Atlanta residents. With the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in late 2019, the APD has proven police chases to be lethal. I would like City Council to know that I and many other Atlanta residents oppose this rollback. Secondly, I'd like to address my concerns about recent news which reveals that Fulton County Sheriff has proposed to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes. I strongly oppose this proposal as it represents a full reversal of the promises made by Mayor Bottoms and other city officials to close the jail by the end of this year. There's absolutely no reason for this jail to remain open. Third, this past Wednesday, 23 protesters showing solidarity with the Kenosha shooting were arrested in downtown Atlanta. These protesters were brutally arrested less than 90 seconds following the dispersal warning and charged with obstructing traffic despite being entirely on the sidewalk. 4 protesters were physically harmed and sent to Grady Hospital. These arrests, contrasted with what occurred that very morning at the U.S. Capitol, illustrate everything we already know about the racist origins of policing. As of this weekend, the charges on these protesters were dropped. While this is great news, I'd still like the City of Atlanta officials and police department to reflect on why it is that those who stand up for racial justice and against police brutality are charged and arrested, while those who rally in support of white supremacy are lightly scolded. The APD must stop arresting those who peacefully protest police brutality in Atlanta. Thank you for your time.
Hi, this is Kelsey Bond. I live in Atlanta City Council District 2. I'm calling in regards to Atlanta Police Department's rollback of its police chase policy, which represents misguided priorities and a danger to Atlanta residents. With the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in late 2019, the APD has proven that police chases are lethal. I would like City Council to know that I and many other Atlanta residents oppose this rollback. Secondly, I'd like to address my concerns about the recent news that reveals Fulton County Sheriff Pat Labatt has proposed to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes. I strongly oppose this proposal as it represents a full reversal of the promises made by Mayor Bottoms and other city officials to close the Atlanta City Detention Center by the end of last year, 2020. There's absolutely no reason for this jail to remain open, and people in Bottoms and the rest of her administration need to keep their promise. Third, this past Wednesday, 23 protesters showing solidarity with the Kenosha shooting were arrested in downtown Atlanta. These protesters were brutally arrested with less than 90 seconds following the dispersal warning and charged with obstructing traffic despite being entirely on the sidewalk. 4 protesters were physically harmed and sent to Grady Hospital. These arrests contrasted with what occurred that very morning at the U.S. Capitol illustrate everything we already know about the racist origins of policing. As of this weekend, the charges were dropped. Well, this is great news. I'd like the City of Atlanta officials and police department to reflect on why it is that those that stand up for racial justice and against police brutality are charged and arrested, while those who rally in support of white supremacy are lightly scolded. The APD must stop arresting those who peacefully protest police brutality in Atlanta and drop all charges related to Black Lives Matter protests that occurred over the summer. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Io, and I have a few things to say. First, if the city council members could take a break from doing propaganda for the police on Twitter, you guys are always on Twitter. If you could say what the police chase policy has achieved outside of the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson, because I think the answer is nothing. If you have anything of value that put this police chase policy that was rolled back, by the way, if anything of value that it's actually achieved, please let us know, because I'd love to know that. Second thing, I have been an eyewitness to how brutal Atlanta police can be when it comes to peaceful Black Lives Matter protesters. And I've also been an eyewitness to how gentle and tender they can be with open white supremacists. Everybody on city council and the mayor knows how differently these two groups get treated, yet you still pretend like this isn't a problem. I don't know why. Moving on to the mayor, not sure why we're finding out that after she promised to close ACDC, that what she's actually doing is letting Fulton County take it over. Mayor Bottoms, you're an intelligent, educated woman. I say this genuinely. You know that close the jail is not being sell it to the county. You know this, yet here we are. You know what you promised, and you know what you're going back on. Maybe you have your hands full right now with the $37,000 you've been fined for campaign finance violations, but that doesn't give you an excuse to let Buckhead and your white supremacist police force run the city. And yes, I mean the black cops too. They're also upholding white supremacy, just like the rest of you are. Thank you.
Hi, this is Amanda Ning. I'm a resident and voter in the city of Atlanta, and I'm calling for 3 reasons. First, I'm calling because of the 23 protesters that were charged and arrested in downtown Atlanta on Wednesday for their charges to be dropped. They were charged with obstructing traffic, but they were on the sidewalk. And I'm aware that 4 of these protesters were physically harmed and had to go to the hospital. Secondly, I'm concerned about the rollback of police chase policy. I do not support the rollback of this policy and urge the council to continue to keep this in place. And lastly, I'm concerned about Fulton County's proposal to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center. This goes against the promises made by Mayor Bottoms and other officials to close the jail by the end of this year. And I don't support the Atlanta City Detention Center to be remained open. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Rogelio Arcila, and I'm a resident and voter in the city of Atlanta, District 4. First, I'm calling with regards to the Atlanta Police Department's rollback of its police chase policy, which represents misguided priorities and a danger to Atlanta residents, your constituents. With the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in late 2019, the APD has proven police chases to be lethal. I would like City Council to know that I and many other Atlanta residents, your constituents, oppose this rollback. Secondly, I'd like to address my concerns about recent news which reveals that Fulton County Sheriff has proposed to purchase the ACDC Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes. I am strongly opposed to this proposal as it represents a full reversal of the promises made by Mayor Bottoms and other elected officials to close the jail by the end of the year. There's absolute no reason for this jail to remain open. You have lied to your constituents. Third, this past Wednesday, 23 protesters showed solidarity with the Kenosha shooting of Jacob Blake. Protesters were arrested in downtown Atlanta. These protesters were brutally arrested less than 90 seconds following the dispersal warning and charged with obstructing traffic despite being entirely on the sidewalk. 4 protesters were physically harmed and sent to Grady Hospital. These arrests contrast what occurred that very morning at the U.S. Capitol illustrate everything we already knew about the racist origins of policing. As of this weekend, the charges on these protesters were dropped. While this is great news, I'd like the City of Atlanta officials and police departments to reflect on why it is those who stand up for racial justice and against police brutality are charged and arrested, while those who rally in support of white supremacy are lightly scolded. The APD must stop arresting those who peacefully protest police brutality in Atlanta. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, a concerned citizen of Atlanta of 30 years and a constituent of Clear Winslow District 4.
Hi, my name is Uzma Azhar, and I'm a resident and voter of the City of Atlanta. Firstly, I'm calling in regard to APD's rollback of its police chase policy, which is highly misguided and presents a real danger to Atlanta residents. With the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in 2019, the APD has shown and proven that police chases are lethal. I would like City Council to know that I and many other Atlanta residents oppose this rollback. Secondly, I'd like to address my concerns about recent news which has shown that Fulton County Sheriff Pat Labatt has proposed to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes. I strongly oppose this proposal as well because it represents a full reversal of the promises made by Mayor Keisha Bottoms and other city officials to close the jail by the end of this year. There is absolutely no reason for this jail to remain open. In fact, it should be used for community service as was previously promised. Third, this past Wednesday, 23 protesters who were showing solidarity with the Kenosha shooting were arrested in downtown Atlanta. These protesters were brutally arrested less than 90 seconds following the dispersal warning and charged with obstructing traffic despite being on the sidewalk. 4 protesters were physically harmed and sent to Grady Hospital. These arrests contrasted with what occurred that very morning at the U.S. Capitol, and it shows everything that we already know about the racist origins of policing. And while, as of this weekend, the charges on these protesters were dropped, this should have never happened in the first place. The City of Atlanta officials and police department must reflect on why it is that those who stand up for racial justice and against police brutality are charged and arrested, while those who are openly rallying in support of white supremacy are lightly scolded at best. The APD must stop arresting those who peacefully protest police brutality in Atlanta. And if they don't, then they are clearly proving the need for these protests. Thank you for your time.
Hello, Atlanta City Council. I'm aware of the concerns that many other commenters are voicing right now, and I echo those concerns. But given the ridiculously small amount of time you allow for comments on the many policies you're undemocratically racing forward, I want to focus my comment on something that's getting less attention than it deserves, and that is policing as a vector for the pandemic. A Harvard study on Chicago showed that one jail was responsible for 16% of all infections in the city, and those infections then spread beyond the city limits. If those numbers hold up for Atlanta, then you and your police have killed as many in Fulton County as there were homicides last year. And that's not even considering the cascading effects that has throughout the state. We know you love to harp on the rising crime rate to justify more police, which isn't even supported by evidence. But We can't have an honest discussion about public safety without talking about the negative public health effects of policing. So please, no more mass arrests, no private buckhead cops, no more deadly chases. Close the jail like you promised. You are killing us. You are.
Good afternoon. My name is Sam Rappaport, and I'm a resident and voter in the city of Atlanta. First, I'm calling with regards to APD's rollback of its police chase policy, which represents misguided priorities and a danger to Atlanta residents. With the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in late 2019, the APD has proven police chases to be lethal. I would like City Council to know that I and many other Atlanta residents oppose this rollback. Secondly, I'd like to address my concerns about recent news which revealed that Fulton County Sheriff has proposed to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes. I strongly oppose this proposal as it represents a full reversal of the promises made by Mayor Bottoms and other city officials to close the jail by the end of this year. There's absolutely no reason for this jail to remain open. Third, this past Wednesday, 23 protesters showing solidarity with the Kenosha shooting were arrested in downtown Atlanta. These protesters were brutally arrested in less than 90 seconds following the dispersal warning and charged with obstructing traffic despite being entirely on the sidewalk. 4 protesters were physically harmed and sent to Grady Hospital. These arrests contrasted what occurred that very morning at the U.S. Capitol illustrate everything we already know about the racist origins of policing. I'd like the City of Atlanta officials and police department to reflect on why it is that those who stand for racial justice and against police brutality are charged and arrested, while those who rally in support of white supremacy are lightly scolded. I'm asking to drop the charges on all 22 protesters arrested last Wednesday and to stop all arrests of those peacefully protesting police brutality in Atlanta. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Sean Mosley and I'm a resident and voter in the city of Atlanta. First, I'm calling with regards to APD's rollback of its police chase policy, which represents misguided priorities and a danger to Atlanta residents. With the death of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in late 2019, the APD has proven police chases to be lethal. I would like City Council to know that I and many other Atlanta residents oppose this rollback. Secondly, I'd like to address my concerns about recent news, which revealed that Fulton County Sheriff has proposed to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes. I strongly oppose this proposal as it represents a full reversal of the promises made by Mayor Bottoms and other city officials to close the jail by the end of this year. There's absolutely no reason for the jail to remain open. Third, this past Wednesday, 23 protesters showing solidarity with Kenosha shooting were arrested in downtown Atlanta. These protesters were brutally arrested less than 90 seconds following the dispersal warning and charged with obstructing traffic despite being entirely on the sidewalk. 4 protesters were physically harmed and sent to Grady Hospital. These arrests contrasted with what occurred that very morning at the U.S. Capitol illustrate everything we already know about the racist origins of policing. As of this weekend, the charges on these protesters were dropped. While this is great news, I'd still like the City of Atlanta officials and police department to reflect on why it is that those who stand up for racial justice and against police brutality are charged and arrested, while those who rally in support of white supremacy are lightly scolded. The APD must stop arresting those who peacefully protest police brutality in Atlanta. Thank you for your time.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Adrian Glover, and I live in the Metro Atlanta area and with the Fund APD Refund Communities. First, I'm calling about APD's rollback of its police chase policy, which is misguided and will endanger Atlanta residents. With the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in late 2019, the APD proved that police chases are lethal. I want the City Council to know that I and many others are strongly opposed to this rollback. Secondly, I am extremely concerned that Fulton County Sheriff has proposed to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes. I strongly oppose this proposal as it represents a hypocritical reversal of the promises made by Mayor Bottoms and other city officials to close the jail by the end of this year. There is absolutely no reason for this jail to remain open. Third, this past Wednesday, 23 protesters showing solidarity with the shooting of Jacob Blake in Kenosha were arrested in downtown Atlanta. These protesters were brutally arrested less than 20 seconds following the dispersal warning and charged with obstructing traffic despite being entirely on the sidewalk. Police physically harmed 4 protesters who had to be sent to Grady Hospital. These arrests contrasted with the Capitol Police's response to and participation with white supremacist rioters that very same morning at the U.S. Capitol, underlining the racist character of the police. As of this weekend, the charges on the Atlanta protesters were dropped. While this is great news, I'd still like the City of Atlanta officials and police department to reflect on why it is that those who stand up for racial justice and against police brutality are charged and arrested, while those who rally in support of white supremacy are lightly scolded. The APD must stop arresting those who peacefully protest police brutality in Atlanta and ultimately be abolished. Thank you for your time.
Hi, I'm an Atlanta citizen and voter. I'm calling today to voice my frustration with the way that the protesters were handled on Wednesday. There's a lot of issues that need to be addressed in Atlanta right now, but I feel like this is the most pressing one given how it was handled. I understand that the charges have been dropped at this point, but the way that they were handled and the way that whole night went, I feel like there should be some disciplinary actions for every officer that was involved, especially those at the higher level that made the decisions to attack peaceful protesters and throw them in a COVID-infested jail. I also call on Keisha to keep your promise and shut ACDC down. That's about what I got for this week.
Good afternoon. My name is Logan Bonds, and I'm a resident and voter in the city of Atlanta. First, I'm calling with regards to APD's rollback of its police chase policy, which represents misguided priorities and a danger to Atlanta residents. With the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in late 2019, the APD has proven police chases to be lethal. I would like City Council to know that I and many other Atlanta residents oppose this rollback. Secondly, I'd like to address my concerns about recent news, which reveals that Fulton County Sheriff has proposed to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes. I strongly oppose this proposal, as it represents a full reversal of the promises made by Mayor Bottoms and other city councils to close the jail by the end of this year. There's absolutely no reason for this jail to remain open. Third, this past Wednesday, 23 protesters showing solidarity with the Kenosha shooting were arrested in downtown Atlanta. These protesters were brutally arrested less than 90 seconds following the dispersal this morning and charged with obstructing traffic despite being entirely on the sidewalk. 4 protesters were physically harmed and sent to the Grady Hospital. These arrests contrasted with what occurred that very morning at the U.S. Capitol illustrates everything we know about the racist origins of policing. As of this weekend, the charges on these protesters were dropped. While this is great news, I'd still like the City of Atlanta officials and police department to reflect on why it is that those who stand up for racial justice and against police brutality are charged and arrested, while those who rally in support of white supremacy are lightly scolded. The APD must stop arresting those who peacefully protest police brutality in Atlanta. Thank you for your time, and I hope you think about everything.
Hi, my name is Jan Rivers. I'm a City of Atlanta native and a City of Atlanta resident, and I'm calling to ask for 3 things. The first one is that we not roll back the no police chase in the city limits. That's a bad idea. It's not going to end well. It just doesn't have results. It's not effective, and it's too dangerous. If we are simultaneously working to curb street racing, we cannot then turn around and allow car chases within the city limits. The next thing is that we need to make sure that the Atlanta City Council and the mayor follow through on you guys' recommendations and promises to close the Atlanta City Detention Center. It is supposed to be repurposed into something beneficial to the community and not a lockup. So let's make sure that that happens. Let's close it down, tear it down if we need to, repurpose that area. And thirdly, we really need to have APD be a little bit more discerning in terms of the arrests that they make, that they associate with protests. We're seeing protesters who are doing candlelight vigils and are peacefully protesting on the sidewalks, a whole bunch of them arrested. I understand that there was supposedly a rock thrown, but if that was the case, if the police don't know who did it, They legitimately cannot arrest all the people standing there. So they really need to be more discerning about when to arrest protesters, and the fact that protesters are peaceful, and that's part of our First Amendment right. So let's please change how we approach this situation. I've seen it done a lot better than this. That instance that I'm referring to, we all know what that instance was. It wasn't pretty. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is John Peterson. I'm an Atlanta resident and a student at Georgia State University downtown. I'm calling in regard to several failures by the City Council. The first is the rollback of the policy forbidding deadly police chases, the likes of which killed Jermaine Jackson and Mark Hampton near the end of 2019. I am a Mud-Atlantan that opposed this rollback in the strongest possible terms, and there's a large number of us. They put everyone in danger, including and perhaps especially the police officers whose interest the City Council seems to hold higher than that of any others. I'm also calling to oppose the ridiculous plot by the Fulton Sheriff to purchase the jail that y'all promised you would close. This facility is a waste of taxpayer dollars, whether under the ownership of the city or the county, and it's a disgrace. It was built to intern Atlantans arrested on drug charges, and these days, following the decriminalization of recreational drugs, the busiest it gets is when APD decides to mass arrest a group of protesters. Which brings me to my final reason for calling. Last Wednesday, along with 22 other Atlanta activists, I was brutally arrested by officers Norman Falcon and Fidel Stevens, who punched me multiple times in the ribs and deliberately rubbed my face into the concrete. Abhorrently, I was one of the lucky protesters. 4 of them had to be sent to Grady Hospital because they were injured so severely. There is a video of these events on the internet. It is explicitly clear that all of the protesters were standing in the sidewalk and attempting to disperse as ordered at the time of this brutal arrest. None of us actively resisted the police when they attacked us. After the arrests, officers seemed jovial and congratulated each other. They do this for sport. They enjoy violence. They were smiling and laughing. Although the charges were quickly dropped because even the city realizes how fascistic and cruel this mass arrest was, the trauma experienced by those that had to live through this will never go away. The city's worship of police and hatred of dissent motivated these acts. Chief Bryan should resign. All of the officers involved in this event should be fired, and criminal charges for assault be pursued by the city.
Good evening. My name is Benjamin Sweet. I'm a resident and voter in the city of Atlanta. First, I'm calling with regards to APD's rollback of its police chase policy, which represents misguided priorities and a danger to Atlanta residents. With the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in 2019, the APD has proven police chases to be lethal. I would like City Council to know that I and many other Atlanta residents oppose this rollback. Secondly, I'd like to address my concerns about recent news, which reveals that Fulton County Sheriff has proposed to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes. I strongly oppose this proposal as it represents a full reversal of the promises made by Mayor Bobbies and other city officials to close the jail by the end of this year. There's absolutely no reason for this jail to remain open. Third, this past Wednesday, 23 protesters showing solidarity with the Kenosha shooting were arrested in downtown Atlanta. These protesters were brutally arrested less than 90 seconds following the dispersal warning and charged with obstructing traffic despite being entirely on the sidewalk. All protesters were physically harmed and sent to Grady Hospital. These arrests contrasted with what occurred that very morning at the U.S. Capitol, illustrates everything we already know about the racist origins of policing. As of this weekend, the charges on these protesters were dropped. While that's great news, I'd still like the City of Atlanta officials and police departments to reflect on why it is that those who stand up for racial justice and against police brutality are charged and arrested, while those who rally in support of white supremacy are lightly scolded. The APD must stop arresting those who peacefully protest police brutality in Atlanta. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Lily Ponis. First, I'm calling with regards to APD's rollback of its police chase policy, which represents misguided priorities and a danger to Atlanta residents. With the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in late 2019, the APD has proven that police chases can be lethal. I would like the City Council to know that I, along with many other Atlanta residents, oppose this rollback. Second, I'd like to address my concerns about recent news, which revealed that the Fulton County Sheriff has proposed to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes. I strongly oppose this proposal as it represents a full reversal of the promises made by Mayor Bottoms and other city officials to close the jail by the end of this year and to repurpose it into a health and wellness facility that benefits the community. There is absolutely no reason for this jail to remain open. Third, this past Wednesday, 23 protesters showing solidarity with the Kenosha shooting were arrested in downtown Atlanta. These protesters were brutally arrested less than 90 seconds following the dispersal warning and charged with obstructing traffic despite being entirely on the sidewalk. 4 protesters were physically harmed and sent to Greeley Hospital. These arrests contrasted with what occurred that very morning at the U.S. Capitol and illustrate everything we already know about the racist origins of policing. As of this weekend, the charges of these protesters were dropped, which is great news. But I'd still like the City of Atlanta officials and police department to reflect on why it is that those who stand up for racial justice and against police brutality are charged and arrested, while those who rally in support of white supremacy are lightly scolded. The APD must stop arresting those who peacefully protest police brutality in Atlanta. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is James Noy. I'm a resident and voter in the City of Atlanta. I'm calling to voice my opposition to the rollback of the police chase policy. I think it's unnecessary and highly dangerous. I'm also calling to oppose the sale of the Atlanta City Detention Center. I think it should be closed. I do not think we need another one in Fulton County. Finally, I'm calling to condemn the arrest of peaceful protesters on the night of January 8th. The hypocrisy in our justice system is very obvious from those arrests, and those detainees should be released and absolved of all charges.
Hello, my name is Nora, and I live in Candler Park, and I'm a voter in the City of Atlanta. I'm calling for 3 reasons. The first is that I'm concerned about the fact that 23 protesters weren't treated very well when they were arrested for peacefully protesting last Wednesday. I'm just wondering what the City Council is going to do to make sure that the next time there's a protest that we don't have another situation like that. I'm very grateful that their charges have been dropped, but I'm really hoping to see change in the relationship between the police and protesters. The second thing is that we learned that the Fulton County Sheriff wants to buy the ACDC and turn it into a county jail, maybe. So this is just another reminder that we would like to see the jail closed. Please close the Atlanta City Detention Center. Also, and lastly, I'm concerned about the police department's rollback of the police chase policy. So I'm wondering what the City Council can do to keep that policy in place. Police chases don't make anything, make anyone safer. So, in fact, they're quite dangerous. So, those are my concerns. Again, thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Sean Cleaver, and I am a resident and voter in District 6. I'd like to start with a comment directed toward the Chief of Police, since I know this is an APD policy. I, and I know many other Atlantans, oppose the rollback on your police chase policy. Atlanta residents, including Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in late 2019, have died as a result of police chases. As our city and country ask important questions about justice and accountability, now is not the time to be moving toward policies that execute suspects before their day in court.
Second, I'd like to address my concerns about recent news that Fulton County Sheriff has proposed to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes. I strongly oppose this proposal, which represents a full reversal of promises made by Mayor Bottom and other city officials to close the jail by the end of this year. There is no reason for this near-empty jail to stay open. We can and will do better than locking people in cages in pursuit of justice. Finally, this past Wednesday, 23 protesters who were showing solidarity with the Kenosha shooting were arrested in downtown Atlanta. These protesters were brutally arrested less than 90 seconds following the dispersal warning and charged with obstructing traffic, despite being entirely on the sidewalk. 4 protesters were physically harmed and sent to Grady Hospital. The experience of these protesters obviously stands in stark contrast to how largely white rioters were treated by police at the U.S. Capitol this week. By now, the charges have been dropped, which is great news, but that doesn't take away from the reality of what happened or the need to prevent it from happening again. So I hope you all take time to reflect and then take action so we don't continue to see people of color rallying for racial justice treated violently and brutally by a police force that has clearly demonstrated an ability to exercise restraint and, again, actively violent threats at that. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Lila Miller, and I am a resident and voter in the city of Atlanta. And I wanted to call firstly with regards to the Atlanta Police Department's rollback of its police chase policy. This clearly represents misguided priorities and is an extreme danger to Atlanta residents. Considering the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in late 2019, the APD has proven that police chases are lethal. I would like City Council to know that I and many other Atlanta residents strongly oppose this rollback. Secondly, I'd like to address my concerns about the recent news that has revealed that Fulton County Sheriff has proposed to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center, use it for county purposes. I also strongly oppose this proposal as it represents a full reversal of the promises made by Mayor Bottoms as well as other city officials to close the jail by the end of this year. It was basically the opposite of what was promised. There is absolutely no reason for the jail to remain open. Lastly, this past Wednesday, as I'm sure you know, 23 protesters who were out showing solidarity with the Kenosha shooting were arrested in downtown Atlanta. These protesters were brutally arrested less than 90 seconds following the dispersal warning. They didn't even have any time to disperse. They were charged with obstructing traffic, although they were entirely on the sidewalk. 4 of these protesters were physically harmed and sent to Grady Hospital. These arrests contrasted with what occurred that very morning at the U.S. Capitol. And they illustrate everything we already know about the racist origins of policing. I and many others would like the City of Atlanta's officials and police department to reflect on why it is that those who stand for racial justice and against police brutality are charged and arrested, while those who rally in support of white supremacy are lightly scolded and actions not taken against them. So I'm asking you to drop the charges on all 23 of the protesters arrested last Wednesday, and moreover, to stop all arrests of those peacefully protesting police brutality in Atlanta. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Brenda Lyons, and I'm a resident and voter in the city of Atlanta. First, I'm calling with regards to APD's rollback of police chase policy, which represents misguided priorities and a danger to Atlanta residents. With the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in late 2019, the APD has proven police chase to be lethal. I would like City Council to know that I and many other Atlanta residents oppose this rollback. Secondly, I like to address my concerns about recent news which reveals that Fulton County Sheriff has proposed to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes. I strongly oppose this proposal as it represents a full reversal of the promises made by Mayor Bottoms and other city officials to close the jail by the end of this year. There's absolutely no reason for this jail to remain open. Third, this past Wednesday, 23 protesters saw in solidarity with the Kenosha shooting were arrested in downtown Atlanta. These protesters were brutally arrested less than 90 seconds following their dispersal warning and charged with obstructing traffic despite being entirely on the sidewalk. 4 protesters were physically harmed and sent to Grady Hospital. These arrests contrasted with what occurred that very morning at the U.S. Capitol illustrates everything we already know about the racist origins of policing. As of this weekend, the charges on these protesters were dropped. While this is great news, I still like the city of Atlanta officials and police department to reflect on why it is that those who stand up for racial justice and against police brutality are charged and arrested, while those who rally in support of white supremacy are likely scolded. The APD must stop arresting those who are peacefully protesting police brutality in Atlanta. Thank you for your time.
My name is Shanna Childs, and I'm a resident in the city of Atlanta. First, I'm calling with regards to APD's rollback of its police chase policy, which represents misguided priorities and a danger to Atlanta residents. With the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in late 2019, the APD has proven police chases to be lethal. I would like City Council to know that I and many other Atlanta residents oppose the rollback. Secondly, I'd like to address my concerns about recent news which reveals that the Fulton County Sheriff has proposed to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes. I strongly oppose this proposal as it represents a full reversal of the promises made by Mayor Bottoms and other city officials to close the jail by the end of this year. There is absolutely no reason for this jail to remain open. Third, this past Wednesday, 23 protesters showing solidarity with the Kenosha shooting were arrested in downtown Atlanta. These protesters were brutally arrested less than 90 seconds following the dispersal warning and charged with obstructing traffic despite being entirely on the sidewalk. 4 protesters were physically armed and sent to Grady Hospital. These arrests, contrasted with what occurred that very morning at the U.S. Capitol, illustrated everything we already know about the racist origins of policing. As of this weekend, the charges on these protesters were dropped. While this is great news, I'd still like the City of Atlanta officials and police departments to reflect on why it is that those who stand up for racial justice and against police brutality are charged and arrested, while those who rally in support of white supremacy are lightly scolded. The APD must stop arresting those who peacefully protest police brutality in Atlanta.
Hi, my name is Josh Lynch. I'm a resident and voter in the city of Atlanta. And first, I'm calling about the Atlanta Police's rollback of the chase policy. It's not a smart idea and is a danger to Atlanta residents. 2 people were killed, Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson, in late 2019. And the Atlanta Police Department has proven time after time that these chases continue to be lethal for citizens of Atlanta. And I know I'm not alone in thinking that this is a bad idea. I'd also like to speak out against the Fulton County Sheriff's plan to buy the Atlanta City Detention Center and again voice my opposition to that proposal. And Mayor Bottoms needs to follow through with the promise to close the jail. And there's no reason for it to remain open when we should be going in the opposite direction in regards to incarcerating individuals. And I would also like to speak out against the Atlanta police continuing to arrest people during a pandemic. It's a public health risk, especially when they're arresting protesters for basically no reason. And that just needs to stop in all ways going forward. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Brinkley. I'm a resident and voter in the city of Atlanta. I am calling to address my concerns about recent news, which reveals that Fulton County Sheriff has proposed to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes. I strongly oppose this proposal as it represents full reversal of the promises made by Mayor Keisha Bottoms and the other city officials to close the jail by the end of this year. There's no reason for this jail to remain open as it is mostly empty and will provide further incentive for destructive policing tactics. Additionally, this past Wednesday, 23 protesters were arrested in downtown Atlanta for showing solidarity with the Black Lives Matter movement and those who were involved in the Kenosha shooting. And they were brutally arrested less than 90 seconds following the dispersal warning and charges of obstructing traffic despite being entirely on the sidewalk. These arrests contrasted with what had occurred that exact day at the U.S. Capitol and illustrate everything we already know about the racist origins of policing. I'd like the City of Atlanta officials and police department to reflect on why it is that those who stand up for racial justice and against police brutality are charged and arrested, while those who rally in support of white supremacy are lightly scolded. I'm asking you to drop the charges on all 23 protesters arrested last Wednesday and stop all arrests of those peacefully protesting police brutality in Atlanta. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Dreyer, and I'm a resident and voter in the city of Atlanta. First, I'm calling with regards to APD's rollback of its police chase policy, which represents misguided priorities and a danger to Atlanta residents. With the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in late 2019, the APD has proven police chases to be lethal. I would like City Council to know that I and many other Atlanta residents oppose this rollback. And secondly, I'd like to address my concerns about recent news which reveals that Fulton County Sheriff has proposed to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes. I strongly oppose this proposal as it represents a full reversal of the promises made by Mayor Bottoms and other city officials to close the jail by the end of this year. There's absolutely no reason for this jail to remain open. Third, this past Wednesday, 23 protesters showing solidarity with the Kenosha shooting were arrested in downtown Atlanta. These protesters were brutally arrested less than 90 seconds following the dispersal warning and charged with obstructing traffic despite being entirely on the sidewalk. 4 protesters were physically harmed and sent to Grady Hospital. These arrest contrasts that occurred the morning of the U.S. Capitol illustrate everything we already know about the racist origins of policing and how it acts on American citizens. As of this weekend, the charges on these protesters were dropped. While this is great news, I'd like the City of Atlanta officials and police department to reflect on why it is that those who stand up for racial justice and against police brutality are charged and arrested, while those who rally in support of white supremacy are lightly scolded and given a slap on the wrist. The APD must stop arresting those who peacefully protest police brutality in Atlanta. As someone who himself has witnessed a lot of these events, it's pretty sickening and makes me lose all faith in the policing as an institution and in Atlanta's ability to control their police officers. So have a good one. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Molly McRedmond, and I'm a resident and a voter in the city of Atlanta. I'm calling about the APD's rollback of its police chase policy, which represents misplaced priorities and a danger to Atlanta residents. The APD has proved that police chases can be lethal with the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in 2019. I want City Council to know that I, along with many other residents, are strongly opposed to this rollback. I'd also like to express my concern for the news that the Fulton County Sheriff wants to buy the Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes. I strongly oppose this as it would be a complete reversal of the promises that Mayor Bottoms and other city officials made to close the jail by the end of this year. There's no reason whatsoever for this jail to remain open. Additionally, this last Wednesday, 23 protesters who were standing in solidarity with the Kenosha shooting were arrested in downtown Atlanta. They were brutally arrested in less than 90 seconds after the dispersal warning and charged with obstructing traffic, even though they were on the sidewalk. 4 protesters were physically harmed and had to go to Grady Hospital. Contrasted with what we saw that very same morning at the U.S. Capitol, we see this revealed everything we already know about the racist origins of policing. As of this weekend, the charges against the protesters have been dropped, but I still want the City of Atlanta officials and police department to reflect on why it is that those who stand up for racial justice and against police brutality are charged and arrested, while those who rally in support of white supremacy are merely lightly scolded. The APD has to stop arresting those who are peacefully protesting police brutality in Atlanta. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Anna Fuller, and I'm a resident and voter in the city of Atlanta. First, I'm calling in regards to APD's rollback of its police chase policy, which represents misguided priorities and a danger to Atlanta residents. With the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in late 2019, the APD has proven police chases to be lethal. I would like City Council to know that I and many other Atlanta residents oppose this rollback. Secondly, I'd like to address my concerns about recent news which reveals that Fulton County Sheriff has proposed to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes. I strongly oppose this proposal as it represents a full reversal of the promises made by Mayor Bottoms and other city officials to close the jail by the end of this year. There's absolutely no reason for this jail to remain open. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Casey Serrano, and I'm a resident and voter in the city of Atlanta. First, I'm calling with regards to the Atlanta Police Department's rollback of its police chase policy, which represents misguided priorities and a danger to Atlanta residents. With the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in late 2019, the Atlanta Police Department has proven police chases to be illegal. I would like the City Council to know that I and many other residents oppose this rollback. Secondly, I'd like to address my concerns about recent news which reveals that Fulton County Sheriff has proposed to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes. I strongly oppose this proposal as it represents a full reversal of the promises made by Mayor Bottoms and other city officials to close the jail by the end of this year. There's absolutely no reason for this jail to remain open, especially when the space taken up by the jail could be used to uplift the city of Atlanta and its residents through educational programs or housing or almost anything else. Third, this past Wednesday, 23 protesters showing solidarity with the Kenosha shooting were arrested in downtown Atlanta. These protesters were brutally arrested less than 90 seconds following the dispersal warning and charged with obstructing traffic despite being entirely on the sidewalk. 4 protesters were physically harmed and sent to Grady Hospital. These arrests contrasted with that occurred that very morning at the U.S. Capitol illustrate everything we already know about the racist origins and present of policing. As of this weekend, the charges on these protesters were dropped. While this is great news, I'd still like the City of Atlanta officials and police department to reflect on why it is that those who stand up for racial justice and against police brutality are charged and arrested, while those who rally in support of the white supremacy are lightly scolded. The Atlanta Police Department must stop arresting those who peacefully protest police brutality in Atlanta. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Claire, and I'm calling to express my position for 3 things. 1, APD suspension rollback of his policy. 2, the Fulton County Sheriff's plan to buy the Atlanta City Detention Center, giving Mayor Keisha Bottoms a pre-cost of closing it. Third, I'm going to express my opposition for other 23 violent arrests that were made by APD on Wednesday night hours after all different white supremacists stormed our nation's capital. Although all the charges have been dropped, it raises sincere questions about APD's goodness for duty that was arrested for me in the first place. These people snatch off the sidewalk because of this headache that his feelings hurt. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Taylor Kinzer. I'm a Fulton County resident, and I'm an educator. And I'm calling to talk about a few things. First of all, I would like to talk about the police chases and how I feel like the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in late 2019, the APD has proven police chases to be lethal. I would like the City Council to know that I and many other Atlanta residents oppose this rollback. I would also like to address my concerns about recent news, which reveals that Fulton County Sheriff has proposed to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes. I completely oppose this proposal. I feel like it's putting profit ahead of people, and I strongly oppose it because I feel like it represents a reversal of the promises made by Mayor Bottoms and the other city officials to close the jail by the end of the year. Y'all, please close this jail down. Please close this jail down. There is no reason the jail should be open. Thirdly, this past Wednesday, 23 protesters showing solidarity with Kenosha shooting were arrested in downtown Atlanta. Doesn't make any sense. They were brutally arrested less than 90 seconds following the dispersal warning and charged with obstructing traffic despite being entirely on the sidewalk. 4 protesters were physically harmed and sent to Grady Hospital. These arrests contrasted with what occurred very morning in the U.S. Capitol illustrate everything we already know about racist origins of policing. I like City of Atlanta officials and police departments to reflect on why that is that those who stand up for racial justice and against police brutality are charged and arrested, while those who rally in support of white supremacy are lightly scolded. Please drop the charges on all 23 protesters elected last Wednesday and stop arrests of all those peacefully protesting police brutality in Atlanta. Thank you so much. Y'all, please close the jail down. Please close it down. Do the right thing.
My name is Samantha Hardin, and I am a resident and voter in the city of Atlanta. I'm also a real estate agent. I'm calling with regards to the APD's rollback of its police chase policy, which represents misguided priorities and a danger to Atlanta residents. With the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in 2019, the APD has proven the chases to be lethal. Secondly, I'd like to address my concerns about recent news, which reveals that Fulton County sheriffs have proposed to purchase the City of Atlanta Detention Center for county purposes. I strongly oppose this proposal as it represents a full reversal of the promises made by Mayor Bottoms and other city officials to close the jail by the end of the year. This is absolutely no reason for this jail to remain open. Third, this past Wednesday, 23 protesters showing solidarity with Keosha shooting were arrested in downtown Atlanta. These protesters were brutally arrested less than 90 seconds following the dispersal warning and charged with obstructive traffic despite being entirely on the sidewalk. They were physically harmed and sent to Grady Hospital. These arrests contrasted with what occurred that very morning at the U.S. Capitol illustrates everything we already know about racist origins of policing. I'd like the City of Atlanta officials and police departments to reflect on why it is that those who stand up for racial justice and against police brutality are charged and arrested, while those who rally in support of white supremacy are lightly scolded. I'm asking to drop the charges on all 23 protesters arrested last Wednesday and to stop the arrest of those peacefully protesting police brutality in Atlanta. Thank you. My name, again, is Samantha Hardin. I'm a resident of the City of Atlanta and a real estate agent. Have a great day.
Good afternoon. My name is Priyanka Farrell, and I'm a resident and voter in the City of Atlanta. First, I'm calling with regard to APD's rollback of its police chase policy, which represents misguided priorities and a danger to Atlanta residents. With the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in late 2019, the APD has proven police chases to be lethal. I would like City Council to know that I and many other Atlanta residents oppose this rollback. Secondly, I'd like to address my concerns about recent news, which reveals that Fulton County Sheriff has proposed to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes. I strongly oppose this proposal as it represents a full reversal of the promises made by Mayor Bottoms and other city officials to close the jail by the end of the year. There's absolutely no reason for this jail to remain open. Thirdly, this past Wednesday, 23 protesters showing solidarity with the Kenosha shooting were arrested in downtown Atlanta. These protesters were brutally arrested less than 90 seconds following the dispersal warning and charged with obstructing traffic despite being entirely on the sidewalk. Four protesters were physically harmed and sent to Grady Hospital. These arrests contrasted with what occurred on the very morning at the U.S. Capitol, illuminating everything we already know about the racist origins of policing. As of this weekend, the charges of these protests were dropped. While this is great news, I'd still like the City of Atlanta officials and police department to reflect on why it is that those who choose to stand up for racial justice and against police brutality are charged and arrested, while those who rally in support of white supremacy are lightly scolded. The APD must stop arresting those who peacefully protest police brutality in Atlanta. Thank you for your time. Bye.
Hello, my name is Jasmine Burnett, and I'm a resident and voter in the city of Atlanta and have been for the past couple of decades. I'm calling first with regard to the Atlanta Police Department's rollback of its police chase policy, which represents misguided priorities and a danger to Atlanta residents. With the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in late 2019, APD has proven police chases to be lethal. I would like City Council to know that I and many other Atlanta residents oppose this rollback strongly. I'm also calling to address my concerns about recent news, which reveals that Fulton County Sheriff has proposed to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes. I strongly oppose this proposal as it represents a full reversal of the promises made by Mayor Bottoms and other city council officials to close the jail by the end of the year. There's absolutely no reason for this jail to remain open. Lastly, this past Wednesday, 23 protesters showing solidarity with the Kenosha shooting were arrested in downtown Atlanta. These protesters were brutally arrested less than 90 seconds following the dispersal warning and charged with obstructing traffic despite being entirely on a sidewalk. 4 protesters were physically harmed and sent to Grady Hospital. These arrests, in contrast with what occurred that very morning at the U.S. Capitol, illustrate everything we already know about the racist origins of policing. As of this weekend, the charges on these protesters were dropped. And while this is great news, I would still like City of Atlanta officials and police department to reflect on why it is that those who stand up for racial justice and against police brutality are charged with arrest, while those who rally in support of white supremacy are lightly scolded. If that, the APD must stop arresting those who peacefully protest police brutality in Atlanta. Thanks.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Nick Crane. I'm a resident of Gainesville, Georgia, but I frequently commute to the city of Atlanta. I'm calling with regards to APD's rollback of its police chase policy, which represents misguided priorities and a danger to Atlanta residents. With the death of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in late 2019, the APD has proven police chases to be lethal. I would like to let City Council know that I and many other Atlanta residents oppose this rollback. Secondly, I'd like to address my concerns about recent news which reveals that Fulton County Sheriff has proposed to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes. I strongly oppose this proposal as it represents a full reversal of the promises made by Mayor Bottoms and other city officials to close the jail by the end of this year. There's absolutely no reason for this jail to remain open. Third, this past Wednesday, 23 protesters showing solidarity with the Kenosha shooting were arrested in downtown Atlanta. These protesters were brutally arrested in less than 90 seconds following their dispersal warning and charged with obstructing traffic despite being entirely on the sidewalk. 4 protesters were physically harmed and sent to the Grady Hospital. These arrests contrasted with what occurred that very morning at the U.S. Capitol illustrate everything we know about the racist origins of policing. As of this weekend, the charges on these protesters were dropped, which, while this is great news, I would like the City of Atlanta officials and the police departments to reflect on why it is that those who stand up for racial justice and against police brutality are charged and arrested, while those who rally in support of white supremacy are lightly scolded. APD must stop arresting those who peacefully protest police brutality in Atlanta. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Rara Imler. I'm a resident of Atlanta. First of all, I'm calling with regards to APD's rollback of this police chase policy. It's absolutely disgusting that they are not sticking with this, especially with the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson. Police chases are lethal. Period. End of story. We oppose this rollback. Secondly, I want to address that the ACDC is still not closed yet, and now Fulton County wants to buy it. Absolutely not. We are closing the jail. We are closing the jail. Mayor Bottoms already promised us this. There's no reason for the jail to remain open other than just complete cruelty. And the third and last thing is, on Wednesday, 23 protesters were showing solidarity with Kenosha, with the shooting that happened by white supremacists, and they were arrested in downtown Atlanta. For shame. Shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you for allowing this to go on by empowering our police department to target people who are opposing white supremacy. Shame on you. They must stop arresting people who are peacefully protesting. They have to do it. Have a spine. Show support for your constituents.
Good afternoon. My name is Samantha Dean, and I'm a resident and voter in the city of Atlanta. I'm calling with regards to APD's rollback of its police chase policy, which represents misguided priorities and is a danger to Atlanta residents. With the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in late 2019, the APD has proven police chases to be lethal. I would like City Council to know that I and many other Atlanta residents oppose this rollback. Secondly, I'd like to address my concerns about recent news, which reveal that Fulton County Sheriff has proposed to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes. I strongly oppose this proposal as it represents a full reversal of the promises made by Mayor Bottoms and other city officials to close the jail by the end of this year. There is no reason for this jail to remain open, and any firsthand accounts of people's experiences in Atlanta or Georgia incarceration centers make it very clear that the conditions are inhumane and should be divested from. Third, this past Wednesday, 23 protesters showing solidarity with the Kenosha shooting were arrested in downtown Atlanta. These protesters were arrested less than 90 seconds following the dispersal warning and charged with obstructing traffic despite being entirely on the sidewalk. 4 protesters were physically harmed and sent to Grady Hospital. These arrests, contrasted with what occurred that very morning at the U.S. Capitol, illustrate everything we already know about the racist origins of policing and how unequally laws are applied to Black versus white citizens. As of this weekend, the charges on these protesters were dropped. While this is great news, I'd still like the City of Atlanta officials and police department to reflect on why it is that those who stand up for racial justice and against police brutality are charged and arrested, while those who rally in support of white supremacy are lately scolded. The APD must stop arresting those who peacefully protest police brutality in Atlanta. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Owen Hunt, and I'm a resident and voter in the city of Atlanta. First, I'm calling with regards to APD's rollback of its police chase policy, which represents misguided priorities and a danger to Atlanta residents. With the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in late 2019, the APD has proven police chases to be lethal. I would like the City Council to know that I and many other Atlanta residents oppose this rollback. Secondly, I'd like to address my concerns about recent news which reveals that Fulton County Sheriff has proposed to purchase the Atlanta Detention Center for county purposes. I strongly oppose this proposal as it represents a full reversal of the promises made by Mayor Bottoms and other city officials to close the jail by the end of this year. There is absolutely no reason for this jail to remain open. Third, this past Wednesday, 23 protesters showing solidarity with the Kenosha shooting were arrested in downtown Atlanta. These protesters were brutally arrested less than 90 seconds following the dispersal warning and charged with obstructing traffic despite being entirely on the sidewalk. 4 protesters were physically harmed and sent to Grady Hospital. These arrests contrasted with what occurred that very morning at the U.S. Capitol illustrate everything we already know about the racist origins of policing. As of this weekend, the charges on these protesters were dropped. While this is great news, I'd still like the City of Atlanta officials and police department to reflect on why it is that those who stand up for racial justice and against police brutality are charged and arrested, while those who rally in support of white supremacy are lightly scolded. The APD must stop arresting those who peacefully protest police brutality in Atlanta. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Rulie Weller-Paxman, and I'm a resident and voter in the city of Atlanta. First, I'm calling with regards to APD's rollback of its police chase policy, which represents misguided priorities and a danger to Atlanta residents. With the deaths of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in late 2019, the APD has proven police chases to be lethal. I would like City Council to know that I and many other Atlanta residents oppose this rollback. Secondly, I'd like to address my concerns about recent news, which reveals that Fulton County Sheriff has proposed to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes. I strongly oppose this proposal as it represents a full reversal of the promises made by Mayor Bottoms and other city officials to close the jail by the end of the year. There's absolutely no reason for this jail to remain open. Third, this past Wednesday, 23 protesters showing solidarity with the Kenosha shooting were arrested in downtown Atlanta. These protesters were brutally arrested less than 90 seconds following the dispersal warning and charged with obstructing traffic despite being entirely on the sidewalk. 4 protesters were physically harmed and sent to Grady Hospital. These arrests contrasted with what occurred that very morning at the U.S. Capitol and illustrate everything we already know about the racist origins of policing. As of this weekend, the charges on these protesters were dropped. While this is great news, I'd still like the City of Atlanta officials and police department to reflect on why it is that those who stand up for racial justice and against police brutality are charged and arrested, while those who rally in support of white supremacy are lightly scolded. The APD must stop arresting those who peacefully protest police brutality in Atlanta. Thank you for your time.
My name is Kimberly Scott, Chair and Resident of NPUT, as in Tom. I encourage the Atlanta City Council to use its oversight authority to have the Atlanta Police Department to return to the previous no chase policy. The original policy was put in place as a response to a 2016 chase in the NPUT neighborhood of Westview that resulted in the death of a grandmother and her 2 grandchildren. The policy was reiterated in December of 2019 by former Chief Shields after multiple chases ended with the death and injury of multiple innocent bystanders. The council should, by ordinance, not resolution, ensure that the safer no-chase policy is used by APD. The cost of even one more innocent life being lost is too high a price to pay to pursue police chases through unsuspecting communities. As an NPU, we support the establishment of a code enforcement trust fund that's being held in Public Safety Committee right now to deal with blighted properties. Blighted properties are in many cases the foundation for crime in many Atlanta communities. We see a trust fund as a down payment on a plan that will yield the benefit of lower crime. As a result, we ask that this be moved out of Public Safety Committee and on to full council for consideration. NPUT also supports the closing and repurposing of ACDC, which is the Atlanta Detention Center. The community was a partner in the mayor's task force to reimagine the facility. The work of the task force should not be disregarded after multiple work sessions. Thank you for the consideration. Again, my name is Kimberly Scott, Chair and Resident of NPUT.
Hi, my name is Adina Walker. I'm an Atlanta native. And I'm calling first with regards to the APD's rollback of its police chase policy, which represents misguided priorities and a danger to Atlanta residents. With the death of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson in late 2019, the APD has proven police chases are absolutely lethal. I would like City Council to know that I and many other Atlanta residents oppose this rollback. Secondly, I'd like to address my concerns about recent news, which reveals that the Fulton County Sheriff has proposed to purchase the Atlanta City Detention Center for county purposes. I strongly oppose this proposal as it represents a full reversal of the promises made by Mayor Bottoms and other city officials to close the jail by the end of this year. One of the reasons why we voted for Mayor Bottoms. There's also absolutely no reason for the jail to remain open. Third, this past Wednesday, 23 protesters showing solidarity with the Kenosha shooting were arrested in downtown Atlanta. These protesters were brutally arrested less than 90 seconds following the dispersal warning and charged with obstructing traffic despite being entirely on the sidewalk. 4 protesters were physically harmed and sent to Grady Hospital. That's absolutely unacceptable, and these arrests contrasted with what occurred that very morning at the U.S. Capitol illustrates everything we already know about the racist origins of policing. As of this weekend, the charges on the protesters were dropped. While this is great news, I'd still like to see the City of Atlanta officials and the police department to reflect on why it's that those who stand for racial justice and against police brutality are charged and arrested, while those who rally in support of white supremacy are lightly scolded. The APD must stop arresting those who peacefully protest police brutality in Atlanta. Thank you for your time. Goodbye.
Hi, my name is Rachel Kahn. I'm an organizer and resident and voter in the city of Atlanta. First, I wanted to address my concerns about APD rolling back their police chase policy, which we know is more likely to lead to deaths than arrests. In particular, I'm thinking of Mark Hampton and Jermaine Jackson, which is an excellent example of it causing unnecessary death in our community. I oppose this rollback and I wanted to register that opposition. I also wanted to express my disappointment that Fulton County Sheriff is trying to buy the Atlanta City Detention Center when the promises made by Mayor Bottoms were that they would be closed. We should close it. We should not be buying it. We should just be closing it. And then third, and most importantly by a lot, this past Wednesday, there were 23 protesters who were organized peacefully protesting police brutality in Kenosha and in Atlanta, and they were brutally arrested, several of whom got sent to Grady with injuries and who came back with just absolutely dire reports of the conditions there. In particular, I would like to see the protests against these protesters dropped because they were in no small part forced onto or off of the sidewalk, rather. Also, I would like to ask the city of Atlanta and the police department and the officials who stand up for racial justice, why are you treating our protesters on behalf of Black lives with more respect, courtesy, and kindness than people who are actively organizing insurrection? You really have to stop arresting peaceful protesters. It is bad for society, it is bad for our city, and it is morally abhorrent. Thanks.
Greetings to you, council members and staff, and special greetings to you, citizens of Atlanta, monitoring your government in action. Ben Howard, senior advocates, public policy analyst. In Midtown Atlanta, there exists a crime-fighting unit called Midtown Blue. Proposed by some in Buckhead is a crime-fighting unit which would be called Buckhead Blue. I propose another crime-fighting unit which would be called Southwest Blue. Southwest Blue would work with Atlanta Police Zone 4 officers to make life better for the citizens who reside within Neighborhood Planning Unit R and along the Campbellton Road and Cascade Road corridors. Southwest Blue would also partner with the NPUR Public Safety Committee if and when a Public Safety Committee is ever allowed by the NPUR 9. From the list of things, it does appear as if public safety is the mind of the NPUR 9, given the facts that, one, the NPUR 9 has knighted Antonita Robinson to be the vice chair of NPUR. Two, no secretary has been elected for NPUR. Three, no APAC designee has been agreed upon as required by NPUR bylaws. And four, Sherry Williams has been attempting to convince the Atlanta Planning Advisory Board, APAB officers, and APAB members that more affordable senior citizen housing in the Greenbrier area is not desirable. Public safety is not on their minds. By the way, the Atlanta Planning Advisory Board meets on the third Saturday of each month and is scheduled to meet this Saturday, January 10th. I again advise that if you try to make any changes within Neighborhood Planning Unit R, you will be met with fierce resistance from the NPUR 9, Antonita Robinson, Claudius Clare, Ricardo Jacobs, Alfred White, Annette L. Scott, Allison Hathaway, Sherry Williams, and the NPUR 9 cohorts and supporters.
Okay, I think that was the last comment. Is that right, Ms. Lindo?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So we're now finished with public comments. We'll now move to item I, presentations. And today we have two presentations. We'll have an update from our police chief, our interim police chief, Chief Bryant. And we will also, following him, we'll have a report from our Department of Corrections, our interim chief, Reginald Smith. So if Chief Bryant is on, I've asked him to come on and answer a few questions about a number of things. One of them, as you can see, was a discussion in reference to the no chase policy and a huge discussion around that. I'm also asking him to talk about One Atlanta, the mayor's One Atlanta, One APD plan, and a series of other things. And also, you all have a right to ask questions also. So with that, I will bring on Chief Bryant. Are you there, Chief?
Madam Chair, I understand that we're still waiting for Chief Bryant to connect.
Okay, well, let's still flip-flop then. If it's not going, he's not in the call at all?
No, not according to staff.
Okay, why don't we, what about Chief Mitchell? Is he there?
Checking, Madam Chair.
Can you hear me?
Who's
yes,
speaking?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, is that Chief Mitchell?
Yes, Chief Mitchell.
Chief Mitchell, why don't we go with your report, and Ms. Lindo, let's make sure we reach out to Mr. Bryant and make sure that he knows that we're waiting on him, okay?
Yes, Madam Chair.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Shepard, I appreciate you having me on. And I'd like to thank the rest of the council members that are in attendance today. Can you bring up the report, please?
One moment.
And when you do, just go to page 2 on there. Now, I think you all have copies, so I'll go ahead and get started. If you go to the second page, and it's regarding the coronavirus pandemic, and that we're still in phase 1, and that we're only allowing individuals that absolutely have to be in the facility to take care of any business. Page 3 is also regarding the pandemic, and it's showing that we still are taking those proper precautions to keep our sales and visitors and our detainees safe. I'd like to thank Felipe Dunbrock and his team. They've been providing all the necessary supplies that we need. They've been a big help with that. And also Randy, for the commissioner of Dean, they've made sure when we need to get the facility clean, we've been able to do that. So I want to thank both of those guys and their teams. We're still encouraging our folks to get tested. Since March of 2020, we've had 39 employees test positive. Our biggest month was July of 2020, where we had 19 to test positive. We had 5 in December and 5 in January. 5 in December of 2020, 5 in January of 21. And I'm thinking that's from the holidays and folks being with family members and friends. We've only had 2 detainees test positive, one in May of 2020 and another in October of 2020. Next slide, please. It'll be a picture of our detention center virtual court. I'm sorry. If you're looking at that picture, it's just showing where we hold virtual court. We'll bring the prisoners in there and let them talk to the judge, view of the screen there. Next slide, that's page 5. Yeah, one more right after that one. Page 5, it's the cash bail reform stats. I'm not going to read them to you, but as you can see, we have quarter 1 for FY21, quarter 2 for FY21, and just a little bit of FY21 quarter 3. But it shows how many incarcerations and how many folks we actually had that were available for signature bonds. Next slide, please. That's slide 6. This slide here is showing our detainee and staff population for all 3 quarters. And as you can see, I won't read the numbers out to you, but it seems like we pretty much stay pretty constant in the 20s and 30s as for our daily population. Next slide, please. It's going to be slide number 7. That's our community engagement. As you can see on that one, we've been preparing meals for the residents over at 450 Capitol Avenue and for our warming centers since April. And those are how many meals we provide, over 142,000. Next page. It's also our community engagement. It's going to be one of the cleanup details that we participated in with our council members. Boom. Next slide, still our community engagement, page 9. And this is some of the food drives that we've been involved in. So we try to help out as much as possible to show that we not just a facility, a jail over here, but we also participate in helping out the community. Next slide. That's the end there. I know it's short, Council Member Shepherd, but anybody have any questions for me?
Well, thank you, Chief Mitchell. I just want to say, I know one of the reasons it's great that you're having that report, because I love the fact that you were talking about the average number of people you have in your jail per day. You're saying you're averaging between 20 and 30 people per day in jail. Is that correct? It's usually the mid-20s to the mid-30s. On the weekends, depending on what's going on, the average will boost up a little bit, but the majority of the time, I would say 30 would be the average. And most of the folks who come in at 20 to 30, how long are they typically in there? Are any of them in there consistently, or is this typically just an in and out?
We do have some that are repeat offenders, but most of the time, the folks come in, and I know Major Johnson is on, correct me if I'm wrong, but probably anywhere from a couple of hours to the next day, they'll be able to get out depending on what the charge is and whether or not they have to see the judge or not.
And so, and I think one of the things, as I was listening to all the public comments earlier in reference to closing the jail, and then this whole discussion about Fulton County and people purchasing the jail, I think we're going to have to do a serious education to the community on the difference between a municipal jail and court and the Fulton County jail and court and what they do. But I do know for a fact that we've introduced legislation, I've introduced legislation that we'll be talking about redeploying the jail and what we're going to do. But the numbers help tremendously in looking at the average and also the discussion of what we're looking at doing. So just thank you for that. I understand we have Ms. Boone has raised her hand to ask a question. Ms. Boone.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief Mitchell, I just wanted to thank you all so much, you and your entire team, for always answering the call and being responsive to those in the community that are in need and those special projects during the COVID pandemic. Just thank you all so much.
You're welcome. Anything we can do to help. Thank you.
And Chief Mitchell, to that point, it's great that you're helping Ms. Boone. If other council members needed help, how does that work in terms of coordination? Are you all pretty much waiting on the council members to call you and then you respond, or are you offering your services?
Yes, ma'am. If you call, you have something we need to help with, they can give me a call and I'll direct them to the right people to talk to, and we'll get it set up and we'll take care of it.
And what typically you're doing right now is, as we saw on the presentation, it should happen with food. That's great, because I understand y'all using that big old kitchen over there, that food kitchen, which is a really great kitchen, industrial kitchen that you can do a lot of large cooking. And that's what you're using to help the folks at the homeless entities over on Capitol Avenue, and that's great. What other things are you all doing? And I see you're also, I think with Miss Boone, you were distributing food. Is that what you were doing also?
Yes, mostly everything we're doing is around food distribution.
Okay, no cleanup or anything. You're not doing any cleanup or anything. You don't have enough people to do that, do you?
Exactly. We don't have the people to do it right now because of COVID. So we're not doing that as of now. But as soon as that comes back, I will make sure everyone knows. Because I know that's very important for the city.
So a lot of that is the corrections department is actually using their resources internally through employees, not necessarily inmates, but actually correction department actually helping in terms of what you're doing. And this is the volunteer work. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. It's correction employees.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions for Chief Mitchell? Any other questions? Thank you so much, Mr. Mitchell. Appreciate you so much.
Thank you. Thank you all. Happy New Year.
All right. Ms. Lindo, do you have Chief Bryant with us now?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, well, let's bring him back in. Chief Bryant, if you're there and listening, we wanted you to talk about a series of different things. Number one is a lot of the calls today was about the no chase policy. So we're hoping that you'll be able to give us a understanding of what this new no chase policy and how you actually brought it back in and when and where it applies. Also, the One Atlanta, One APD, maybe you could talk about that a little bit too in terms of the mayor's initiative and any other questions my colleagues may have. So Chief Bryant, if you're there, thank you for coming.
Thank you, Madam Chair and the rest of the council. So clearly I'll start off as it relates to the chase policy. I must clarify that there's clearly a misconception that there was a no chase policy. What in actuality what happened was Chief Shields suspended the chase policy until it was some level of clarification and we could do a study to find out what we needed to do to address it. And so in the interim of that time frame, PERF did an in-depth study of our chase policy and provided a number of number of issues that we should address. The team got together, the executive team of the Atlanta Police Department got together. We took a look at what they recommended, looked at our policy, and came up with a more defined and a more restrictive policy. The difference between this policy and what the policy was in 2019, again, is very much more restricted. One of the things that it requires is a supervisor acknowledgement of this chase and approval at the beginning of any chase. Additionally, officers must have immediate and direct knowledge of the individual, not just the vehicle, the actual individual that's involved in the chase, that's inside the vehicle that we're chasing. And then it's only for a number of our most heinous and most serious crimes, such as murder, voluntary manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter, homicide, carjacking, armed carjackings, that is, robberies, aggravated assault, kidnapping, and escape. We took a lot of consideration in coming up with the charges. What we recognize is we didn't want to ever be in a space where we recognize that an officer is visible, where an individual has committed a crime such as one of the most serious crimes, and there's nothing the officer can do but stand down and then have to call Georgia State Patrol to assist us in terminating this fleeing felon. And so that's what we actually did. We really have, I think that we have one of the most restrictive policies in place. And again, we'll continue to review it, but I'm confident that this is a very restrictive policy that allows us to continue to provide a level of safety to the individuals that we serve in the city.
Thank you. Are there any questions from our colleagues in terms of the no chase policy? No questions.
Madam Chair, this is Councilmember Farooqui. I'd like to ask a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. I think one set of concerns that, and your explanation makes sense, and I appreciate your clarifying the limits of it and the limited application of it. I think, I represent a set of neighborhoods, probably 3 or 4 of which are the most dense in the city, and by nature of that, there's just a lot of pedestrian traffic, and I think most of my residents are in favor of what has been perceived as a no chase policy. I appreciate again you clarifying it. So I guess my question to you is, in this clarified framework, what role, if any, does location of a chase play into the decision as to whether or not to pursue or not?
That's a great question, Council Member, and understand that this is a 15-page policy, which actually encompasses all of those things to include time of an incident, the density of the community, the density of the traffic. So all of those things are taken into consideration, not just by the officer himself, but by his supervisor before we can even get into the chase itself.
Thank you. And are you willing to make that policy available to the committee members in full?
Absolutely. And I apologize if you haven't received it. It has been sent to some of the council members. And I apologize if you don't have it.
And I apologize if I missed it.
If you have, I don't have it either. But make sure, Ms. Lindo, can we make sure that we have a copy and just go ahead and spit back out one more time, because I have not read it in depth also. So please do that.
Yes, I'm okay.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
No other questions concerning the no chase policy. Let's go now and talk about the One Atlanta, One APD. Can you talk about that?
Madam Chair. Hello? Madam Chair?
Eric. Yes.
Am I muted still? No, I have a question about the no chase policy.
Okay, Mr. Bond. Okay.
Yeah, logged in. I had trouble. I couldn't log in. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chief Bryant. Well, as you heard on these calls, there's a lot of misinformation going around about the chase policy. Is it possible that the policy can be placed on APD's website or as a downloadable attachment so that people can get the real and accurate information about the policy?
Absolutely. We'll definitely work with our team to get that out to the public.
And I know that at all the different NPU meetings that are Zooming now, I would just ask that you would ask the representatives from APD, whoever it might be, to thoroughly explain that what has happened with the policy. Because I was even under the belief that the policy was done away with, but it was only suspended according to your report today. So if you could ensure that would happen, I think that would go a long way in correcting the misinformation that's in the community.
I certainly will. Thank you.
And I just wanted to as I close, so you can move on to your report. I understand the angst surrounding these chases. Madam Chair, I was involved in a police chase back in 2002 where my vehicle was destroyed. But it wasn't destroyed by an APD. It was destroyed by the person fleeing the police. And so I hope that we can continue to educate the public that, though I believe that from callers that I heard today, that people are concerned about over-policing and an overreach of the police department, but at the same time, that we have an obligation to keep the community safe from those who don't respect our values and don't respect the values of the persons who called in today. So just wanted to say that. I'll yield.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. I agree with what you're saying too, and I'm glad that. And I wrote the suggestion that you put it out there so people can clearly understand it, so that we can know, because I know people will be asking. But the other thing, when they talked about Jermaine Jackson and Mark Hampton, that was in my district on Lee Street at Campbellton Road where they had that accident. And what you said was very true, Mr. Bond, is that the folks who got hit were not by the police officers. Jermaine and Mark didn't get hit by the police officer. It was actually about the person who was actually the person who was actually violating the law that hit Jermaine and Mark Hampton. The police were chasing them, but they did not get hit by them. So And so I just want to get clarity to that, and that's very helpful. Thank you. Mr. Ryan, Chief Ryan, can you go out to the next One Atlanta, One APD? We're going to probably ask you, I know it's cold now, so we don't see the streetcar racing as much, so can you give us an update on anything else you may have? Thank you.
Okay. I'll talk about the One APD one briefly. I give the overviews. I really don't want to put the plan all the way out, as we're still working with the administration to finalize a number of pieces of it. But the overview of it is it truly talks about the demographic of the Atlanta Police Department, making sure that we stay in line of what we're doing as we work in spaces of recruitment, and that our police department continues to look like the community that we serve, as well as the individuals that we are recruiting have a better knowledge of the city in itself. And then the training that the officers receive, that we continue to get some of the best training in this country, working with the Atlanta Police Foundation, and then increasing our usage around technology and then improving in that space as well. I could not say enough how much the technology has really helped us in fighting crime as well. And then working on our secure neighborhood plan and continuing to work around youth and future initiatives. And so those are some of the areas that I think that we continue to work through with this One APD, One Atlanta, One APD plan. I think that it will really continue to work with the morale of the men and women of the Atlanta Police Department. It also works in line with taking some of the recommendations from the task force that the mayor administration have put together. So that's the gist of the plan. Once we are finalized with it, we'll be glad to roll it out. I think that it will be quite impressive and very receptive by many of the city council and the community as a whole.
Well, one of the things that I saw in the plan is expand the Operation Shield camera network. Well, what does that mean?
Absolutely. So expanding that plan, explaining that the camera network, clearly we recognize there are other communities that can truly benefit from more cameras in their communities, and that's just it. Some of the areas in Southwest Atlanta and Northwest Atlanta will get a broader perspective of what that network, the camera network, will look like to them going forward. And we're working with the foundation and the mayor's office, as well as with some of the council members to make sure that happens.
So are there any questions from my colleagues? Any questions? President Moore, do you have any questions? Do you have a question? Apparently not. Can you talk a little bit about, I know it seems like when it gets cold, the street racing goes down. Am I correct in terms of that?
Absolutely. There are a couple things that really take place as it relates to street racing. One, the plans that we have, our intervention of disrupting some of these organized, making an arrest with them, has really helped us tremendously. So I think it's a combination of both cold weather and then our tactics and strategies that we are using to minimize the acts of these individuals involved, as well as some of the other tactics, such as deploying barricades in some of these streets where we're seeing that continues to be a challenge. We did have some over the weekend, but our efforts were impactful, and I think that truly continues to help slow that down.
I'm sorry, Chief Ryan, do you have a presentation that you were going to present to us?
I thought you all should have.
I'm sorry, the chase policy. What did you have to present? Ms. Lindo said
the public safety report, the slides for that. Do you not have that?
Is that the? Let me see.
there should be a presentation, Atlanta Police Public Safety Report.
Or did you want to present that? I'm trying to find it. Police report, there isn't it. Go ahead.
So that really represents the actual street racing numbers, what we've seen since those numbers have started to come down.
Okay.
And if we will, unless you have some more questions around street, go to the next slide.
Okay.
And the next slide really encompasses our true year-end numbers. As you can see, the numbers that we're challenged with over the past year were clearly around murder and aggravated assault. And then we begin to see at the latter part of the year, auto theft numbers started to creep up on it. So clearly, we ended the year with a 14% reduction as it relates to crime overall. We have a number of initiatives in place that I think will clearly have an impact on what we're seeing around murder as well as aggravated assaults. I'm sorry. So the numbers that you're seeing and the strategies that we have in place to disrupt what we are seeing around the murders and the aggravated assaults, as well as the auto theft, clearly we are working with our federal and state partners. I have gotten a request from some of our local partners who were a bit apprehensive about working with us in the past that are willing to come back in and assist us. So I think that we will have a much more robust plan to address and disrupt what we are seeing around aggravated assaults and murders. And then our auto theft, we're clearly using our ACE unit and our intelligence to impact that as well. And so I think that those things will, we should start seeing a shift in those areas as we continue throughout the year. Next slide, please. The next slide is a density map, which many of you consider it a heat map, but it's actually a density map. And it shows you the most concentrated areas in the city where we are seeing larcenies from autos or theft from autos. And this map shows that in the downtown space from 508 Beat all the way up to 503 Beat, which is mostly our midtown spaces. And generally, it's in the parking decks that we are seeing having the greatest issues where individuals are breaking into cars. And so we have had our footbeat to roll out to actually have an impact and to go inside some of these garages to help us minimize some of the things that we're seeing there. And then also up in our Lenox Square, Peachtree Road area, up in the Buckhead space is another area that we are seeing the individuals breaking into autos. And again, we're using resources, our motorcycle units, and some of our cops units to go into that space to help combat some of the incidences that we're seeing there. Next slide, please. And this is our auto theft density map as well. It shows it's very similar to the theft from auto map, where you're seeing the high concentration of vehicles being stolen in the downtown midtown space, and again up in the Buckhead space. The issue is, and it continues to be, that we have to just do a better job of educating the community on leaving vehicles running and leaving cars running, because we're seeing repeatedly in our downtown space, in our Buckhead space, an average of above 70% of the vehicles are taken with either the keys in them or the vehicles are left running. And so we just have to do a better job of getting that information out, as well as putting additional resources in there to help combat that. Being that both areas overlap, we believe that this footbeat will help in some of those areas as well. And then if you go to our the next slide, please. This is the density map of aggravated assaults. As you can take a look at this map, we are seeing aggravated assaults throughout our community, throughout the city as a whole, with the greater concentration being in actually our Zone 3 Southwest Atlanta space. This is near the McDaniel Street area, Ralph David Abernathy. Those are the areas that we're seeing as it relates to with the greatest concentration. One of the problems that we continue to see as it relates to our aggravated assaults, again, I've said this a number of times, is generally around social gatherings that we continue to have these problems. I think that with the mayor's plan giving us a little bit more teeth and greater collaboration to address some of the issues that we're seeing will be helpful, and as well as we're working with again some of our local partners that will give us a greater level of visibility that should have some impact of what we're seeing around the aggravated assault. And then this part as well, we think will be impactful with the intelligence that we're getting. I believe that once we are able to infiltrate some of the things that we're seeing around these aggravated assaults, we'll start to see those numbers slow down as well. And then I think that it's important that we take a look at our calls for service. Next slide, please. I'm sorry. The next slide actually addresses our calls for service. I know that a number of people are concerned of where we are. We're seeing a greater volume of calls through our 911 system. In all actuality, those numbers have been down for the past. At the end of the year, those numbers were down. We are now seeing those numbers getting back into the space that we would generally be in. As more people continue to get back out into the street, get back out into some level of normalcy, those numbers have increased. But they're right around the average. We've seen a slightly 3% increase at the beginning of the year, and then 2% over last week. So, and then overall, our 28 days still shows us 1% down. So that's where we are as it relates to the calls for service, as it relates to the number of calls we're getting through our 911 system. And then the last slide goes over our police pursuit policy, which I spoke of at the beginning of this presentation. Any other questions for me, ma'am?
No, that's really good. I'm going to share this with my community also. So thank you for the presentation, so we can begin to look at that. And as we also work with this APD, One Atlanta, One APD, we really need to work on it. It's interesting you're talking about my area, so that's McDaniel Street and that concentrated area over there. Pittsburgh, that's the Pittsburgh community, and West End over by Ralph David Abernathy. Is that what you're saying, that you see a lot of concentration of things?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Pittsburgh has asked me for a public safety initiative, so I will be reaching out to you all to do a special public safety initiative over there. Okay. Any other questions from my colleagues?
Madam Chair, this is Councilman Farooq. I just have one comment, if that's okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Chief Bryan, I just wanted to follow up on the street racing remarks you made. I know it's gotten colder, but you did reference the incidents that happened over the weekend. I had one kind of big scene, little 5 points in my district, so I just wanted to encourage y'all to keep up the pressure and the quick reaction to it as it pops up, even if the numbers are a little bit down right now. It means a lot when you guys go out, and it's having an impact, but I just don't want y'all to let up.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. We'll continue our efforts in that regard.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief, I have a follow-up on the street racing as well, just as it relates to the noise that's related to the mufflers. So those complaints are also down, I would imagine?
Yeah, so we track them all, and absolutely, that complaint is down as well, but we are still receiving some and still making those cases.
Are you all making any progress in the hirings of more 911 operators? And in the part B to that question, have you all had any conversations with workforce development to see if we could take some of those who are seeking employment and funnel them into this vocation?
So, as it relates to our 911 dispatcher, in all actuality, that tends to have a steady flow of applicants as we go through their process. I think I sign off on a dispatcher about every week or the other week with their files coming through my office. So clearly we can always use more. And I'll start having conversation with workforce development to see how they could intertwine with what we're doing here.
Okay, thank you, Chief.
And council member, I think that it's important. I apologize. I know that there were a number of calls about the protests over the weekend, and I think that it's important that I clarify that in all instances there's a dispersal order given. People can recognize that they have to clear the streets or get out of the roadway, or they are subject to arrest. In this particular case, one of the things that occurred was an individual given the dispersal order. I noticed that a number of people, the 92nd mark after the dispersal order, but what actually happened was after that dispersal order was given, someone threw a brick. And so officers really had to take action to make sure that we never have the type of incidents that we had over the summer. And so that's when they decided to go after the individual that actually threw the brick. But the crowd then surrounded him and refused to, and they started to link up. And that's why we had to go ahead and make the cases on the individuals that were actually in the street. We only received one complaint of an individual saying that they were stretched. There was no one taking the grader. We received no complaints of any other injuries during those arrests.
So, Chief Ryan, was that organized? I mean, was that a planned protest or was that impromptu? So that protest was organized and you all knew about it. Is that correct?
We had information that protest was going to take place.
Okay. All right. And how many people were there? Was there a huge amount?
I don't want to. The numbers continue to change, but I know it was the total number that was arrested were in the 20s, and the overall numbers was a little less than that, if I'm not mistaken. And I apologize to have the actual numbers in front of me, but I think the actual numbers are much larger than that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Do you have anything else for us today? Let me ask you about the executive orders. Should you address anything? I know we're talking about something with the mayor as a part of her One Atlanta, One APD. She's also looking at the training facility. I see she's issuing an order to create a committee around that. That's something I should probably address with the mayor's office. Is that correct?
I would. Yes, we clearly, you know the conditions about an academy, but yes, mayor will clearly be, her office should take up that.
Right, because, right now, I am so ready, and I think a lot of us are. That's one of the things I have on my list of the party this year is the training academy. not only for police, but for fire. Right now, we got our fire folks going all over the place just to get training. So it is a priority. So I will address that with the COO. And also the cameras, the school, this independent study and looking at the cameras around the school. And so I'll just address that with the mayor. So other than that, I have nothing else for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We will now move on, Ms. Lindo. Up under our consent agenda, we will take up under the consent agenda claims of favorable and unfavorable recommendations. So we will start with favorable recommendations, which is 1 through 4. Can I get a motion to accept them?
So moved.
All right. Is there a second? Ms. Winslow?
Second, Hiller.
Okay. Mr. Hillis, thank you. There's a motion and a second, Ms. Lindo. We're ready for the vote.
One moment. The vote is open. Please vote.
Ms. Winslow, are you there?
And we also, Ms. Smith, please, as well, Councilmember, please.
Voted yay. Smith here, sorry. Did it not take?
Checking. Yeah, we're all good now. Thank you, Ms. Smith. One moment. One moment. Votes closed. 6 yeas, 0 nays. Those items are favorable.
Thank you, Ms. Lindo. We'll now move to claims with unfavorable recommendations, and those are items 5 through 10. Can I get a motion to accept?
So moved.
Second, Winslow.
All right. The motion by Mr. Bond, second by Ms. Winslow. We're ready for the vote, Ms. Lindo.
The vote is open, Madam Chair. Everyone, please vote.
Who are we missing?
Votes closed. 7 yeas, 0 nays. Those items are adverse.
Thank you. We're now moved to ordinance for first read. Ms. Lindo, can you sound that, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. That's ordinance 21-0-0028. That's an ordinance by the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee authorizing the mayor or her designee in accordance with Section 2-1163C, Article 10, Procurement and Real Estate Code to ratify contract number FC 8729, annual maintenance with WestNet, Inc., and services provided during renewal number 1 from January 31st, 2018 through January 30th, 2019, and renewal number 2 from January 31st, 2019 through January 30th, 2020, and to exercise renewal number 3 for a term of 1 year to become retroactively effective January 31st, 2020 through January 30th, 2021, in an amount not to exceed $33,519.14 on behalf of the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department for the purpose of providing maintenance to the city's fire station and alerting systems, all costs to be paid from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
All right. I think we just accept that as a first read. We don't have to vote on that. Is that correct, Ms. Lindo?
That's correct.
Right. We're now moved to our regular agenda ordinance for second read. Ms. Lindo, can you sound that? That's item number 2.
Yes, that's ordinance 20-1788. This is an ordinance by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee amending the 2021 Intergovernmental Grant Fund budget, Department of Police, by adding to anticipations and appropriations the amount of $425,320.00 for the 2020 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant Award from the United States Department of Justice and for other purposes.
Are there any questions on that?
Move approval. Chair.
Okay. Okay, so that's Ms. Winslow. Okay, Ms. Winslow said move to approve. Mr. Bond said second. We're ready for the vote.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 7 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable.
Our next item number 3, Ms. Lindo.
Madam Chair, that's ordinance 20-1789. This is an ordinance by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee amending the 2021 Intergovernmental Grant Fund budget, Department of Police, by adding to anticipations and appropriations the amount of $196,881.60 for the 2020 Highway Enforcement of Aggressive Traffic, otherwise known as HEAT, or Governor's Office of Highway Safety and for other purposes.
Can someone, Ms. Lindo, can we have someone come on and explain what is that program, Highway Enforcement of Aggressive Traffic HEAT? What is that? Do you have anybody available to answer that question? Explanation.
I believe we have Deputy Chief Sherbaum.
Yeah, good afternoon, Madam Chair. This is Deputy Chief Sherbaum.
Thank you. Can you explain that grant specifically and what it does?
Yes, ma'am. That is part of the state's initiative to counter drunk and intoxicated drivers as part of our DUI program. This will be year 2 of the 5-year grant, and it's used to fund 3 officers dedicated to DUI enforcement as well as the vehicles that they utilize in that initiative, which is part of the original grant, year 1.
Is it on the streets of the city of Atlanta? So this is, I know it's the state, but is it on the highways or is it on the streets of the city of Atlanta?
It's primarily on the streets of the city of Atlanta, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. If there are no questions, is there a motion?
Move approval, Smith.
Is there a second?
Winslow, second.
Thank you, Ms. Winslow. We're ready for the vote, Ms. Lindo.
The vote is open. Mr. Bond?
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Bond.
The vote is closed. 7 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable.
All right. We have item number 4, and I think Ms. Archibong wants to hold it. Do we need to go ahead and sound it, Ms. Lindo?
Yes, Madam Chair. That's ordinance 21-00008. This is an ordinance by Council Members Natwan M. Archibong and Andre Dickens to temporarily suspend sections 10-109 and 10-109.1 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances only as they may be applied to licensees that renew their annual alcohol license after January 1st, 2021, such that there shall be no authority to take administrative action or to impose any administrative penalties against licensees for the late renewal of an alcohol license following January 1st, 2021, to declare that suspension of sections 10-109 and 10-109.1 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances provided herein shall only be in effect through December 31st, 2021, and thereafter the suspension of sections 10-109 and 10-109.1 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances shall automatically end and beginning January 1, 2022, shall have no legal force or effect and for other purposes.
Thank you. We're going to hold that. I believe the mayor issued an executive order to that effect also. but the motion is to hold. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bond. We're ready for the vote. Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you.
The vote is open, Madam Chair. Vote is closed. 7 yeas, 0 nays. That item will be held.
All right, we're now moving to item number 5. We can sound that. I believe Mr. Schick wants us to hold it, but go ahead and sound it. Thank you.
That's ordinance 21-00016. This is an ordinance by Councilmember Howard Shook to amend the Atlanta Code of Ordinances, Part 2, General Ordinances, Chapter 114, Personnel, Article 4, Civil Service, Division Section 3, Pay Plan, Section 114-139, Retention Bonus for the purpose of retaining sworn officers of the Atlanta Police Department who are in good standing and for other purposes.
Thank you. Make a motion to hold. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 7 yeas, 0 nays. That item will be held.
All right, we're now at item number 6. I believe we have a substitute. So we're going to bring substitute forth, Ms. Lindo.
Yes, Madam Chair. That's ordinance 21-00020. This is an ordinance by Councilmember J.P. Mazikite directing the Chief Financial Officer to take what action shall be necessary to ensure that a minimum of 33% of the net revenue collected and remitted to the City of Atlanta as a result of school zone speed camera enforcement, up to a maximum of $2.5 million shall be utilized to fund the purchase and maintenance of cameras and license plate readers citywide for the Operation Shield video surveillance program at a minimum of 33% of the net revenue collected and remitted to the City of Atlanta as a result of the school zone camera enforcement, up to a maximum of $2.5 million shall be utilized to fund the construction or improvement of the city's public safety training program and other programs and for other purposes. And Madam Chair, the substitute basically includes the expands the funding for the Public Safety Training Center to also cover training programs for the officers.
I believe, Ms. Smith, you have a question. Is that correct?
Yes. I'm sorry, but I have several questions.
Okay.
And I appreciate the fact that they also put police training in for this money, too. Who is presenting this paper? I know that Council Member Mazikite is not on this committee. Is he on the call, or is there someone that can speak to this paper? Ms. Robinson?
Mr. Mazikite can't be here today, but Ms. Robinson, are you there? Can you speak to the paper?
Hi, good afternoon. This is Amber Robinson from the City of Atlanta Department of Law. I can speak to the law concerning the camera enforcement program, the speed zone camera enforcement program that this paper concerns. I can also speak to how the state law sets forth that the revenues collected pursuant to this program must be used. Insofar as the policy concerning the division of any potential revenues collected under this program is concerned, I am not able to speak to that, but I can answer any legal questions.
Well, I'm going to at least test you, Ms. Robinson. Thank you for coming forward. This is Council Member Smith. Where has this money been going? Is this a new program, or are we just now starting to collect money for it, or what is the skinny with where the money has been going in the past?
So the the school zone speed camera program has not been one which the city has participated in previously. It was only authorized by the state in 2018.
Okay.
And currently, there is a paper on the FEC agenda which would authorize the city to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with the Atlanta Public Schools for the implementation of the school zone speed camera enforcement program. So this concerns anticipated revenues from that program, which would be authorized pursuant to a separate piece of legislation, which is on the current FEC agenda. We have not received any revenue, therefore, under this program previously.
Okay, I'll tell y'all why I'm asking. I've got some emails this morning from some of my neighbors, and they believe that this revenue is not going to be used for its intended purpose. They feel like that it should be spent on improving safety for kids, I guess specifically in school zones. And I'll quote one of the emails here. He said, we should use all of the revenue for crosswalks, maybe some raised ones, bulb outs, sidewalks, bike lanes, and other physical changes to the infrastructure that make it safer for kids to get to and from school. So I did contact Councilmember Matzekite and asked him if I could amend by putting some, this makes sense to put some transportation initiatives in with this, but I don't know because I just got these emails this morning. And is there, Ms. Robinson, how do you think the best way for me to do this is? Because I'm thinking what I'll probably need to do is speak to the author of the paper and speak to Commissioner Rowan. And I think it's going to take a little bit more work than me just easily amending a paper today. Do you agree with that?
Well, the first thing I do think is important to note is that state law governs completely how this money can be used. It's broad, but it does set forth certain parameters that cannot be crossed. Specifically, the money must be collected and remitted to the money that we receive, the revenue, may only be used to fund local law enforcement or public safety initiatives. So insofar as there is a desire to utilize this revenue for anything specific, you must be able to set forth that it is and describe it as a law enforcement or a public safety initiative. So when doing an analysis as to what you would like to consider using the revenue for, the analysis must conclude that it is either a law enforcement or public safety initiative. Following that analysis, in regards to this paper particularly, you could technically move to amend the paper right now if you believe that, and you can set forth that the use is for a law enforcement or public safety initiative. If you feel ready to do so, you could ask this committee to amend the paper now, or you could work with the author of the paper to work on a substitute.
Okay. Is crosswalks, transportation initiatives for pedestrian and bicycle safety, would the definition of those be public safety? I mean, I believe it is, but I don't know what the legal definition is.
I personally would like to understand a little bit more of the specifics of the initiative before I would be willing to state conclusively whether or not I believe that such initiatives should be properly classified as public safety initiatives.
Okay. I think then, Councilmember Shepherd, I don't want to hold this paper up. So I think what I would like to do is move it forward with a favorable recommendation on condition that I get with Councilmember Matzekite, Chief Bryant, Chief Rowan, and probably maybe John King, COO King, to see what we can come up with to go back to what. And I need to also talk to my neighbors that sent this to me, because they said that it should be used for its original intended purpose. So I need to figure out where they got that too, and then I need to know the definition of if crosswalks. I believe they are public safety, but I would need to make sure that that's true. So is that okay?
Well, let me ask a few questions first before, and can you hold your motion? First of all, we got to bring the substitute forward. We didn't officially bring the substitute. We read it, but we didn't bring the substitute forward. So let's vote on that. And then I have a couple of questions too that may tie into what you're talking about. I was just letting you go first because you put your name up.
Okay.
Ms. Lindo, can we go ahead and bring the substitute forward?
Yes, Madam Chair, one moment.
I'll make a motion to bring the substitute forward.
Second. Thank you.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Bond?
Aye.
Okay.
The vote is closed. 7 yeas, 0 nays. This item has been substituted.
So in addition to the questions you're asking, actually, as I've read it, I'm going to ask a couple of questions too. And I also want to say that the mayor has actually came out with some executive orders, and I'm reading one of them that came out earlier. It's an administrative order directing the chief operating officer to negotiate and finalize an intergovernmental agreement with Atlanta Independent School System /APS concerning the administration of a school zone speed camera enforcement program as authorized by state law, and to coordinate with the chief financial officers to provide recommendations concerning the usage of a revenue generator as a result thereof. So the question I have, and I think we can answer, apparently we don't even have this kind of program yet, and I guess apparently we're trying to initiate it. So number one is we need to interact with APS on this. Number two is, where are the cameras? Who's putting in the cameras? And are we putting it in? Where's the money for the cameras going in? Where is that coming from? So why would we not be looking at the money for the cameras? So I got questions about if the camera's going to be around the school zones, where is the money coming from for that? In terms of that, I don't know if anybody can answer that for me. And also because it's Atlanta Public School System have their own police department. Apparently we have to interact with this. And if you look at the legislation, I believe we're going to have to break it down in terms of percentages also. If you look at the legislation and talk about, please mute your phone if you're not talking. Is somebody talking to us, or is there somebody? Mute your phone if you're not talking. Is somebody talking to us? Okay. So the other thing is, it says in the description, the staff comment, is that 66%, a certain percentage is going to be given to, 34% will go to Atlanta Public School System, and the other 66% will go to the city of Atlanta to be retained. And Ms. Smith, the other thing I was thinking about as you talk, we have this program also for safe routes to school. So for me personally, I want to make sure before we start talking about getting into the public safety training center, let's make sure that if we're going to have this program that's going to be around our schools citywide, and it's a citywide initiative, that we have funding to make sure that there's funding for all of our schools around that before we just arbitrarily say, give it to the public safety training facilities. I just want to make sure that if we're going to do this program, roll it out across the city, that it's comprehensive. So I'm debating now whether or not we may want to hold it until we can anybody, Ms. Robinson or anybody from finance, can anybody answer any of those questions for us?
Yes, Councilmember Shepherd, I'm able to discuss the piece at least about the funds for the cameras. Under the IGA, that would be approved pursuant to the paper that is on the FEC agenda for Wednesday's consideration. APS would work with a vendor that they have procured in order to install and pay for the cameras. So the city would not be responsible for the installation or maintenance or payment concerning the cameras themselves. That would be APS's responsibility in accordance with the IGA.
So, and we don't know where APS, I don't know, we know if APS is getting this funding from what we collect, or is this something they already have set aside? Do you have any ideas?
So, yes, APS, pursuant to the proposed partnership agreement, would essentially pay for the equipment through the revenues collected. That's partly the agreement that APS will have with their vendor will be to provide a level of revenue split, and the vendor would be responsible for the installation and maintenance of the cameras pursuant to an agreement that they have, that vendor, private vendor, with Atlanta Public Schools. We would have an agreement with Atlanta Public Schools only, such that we would provide law enforcement review of the citations that are generated pursuant to this program, as well as municipal court services for any appeals that might be filed. And you're absolutely correct. This mirrors very much the school bus stop arm program that we do currently have with APS, and it's built on the same foundation as far as the funding and the vendor with APS and how they move forward.
So we don't have to worry about the cameras. That's going to be on APS via their 34% or whatever. But our focus in our funding, and even in terms of our fitness, is that we actually write the tickets, do the enforcement of it if you caught in speeding. So we get 66%. And of that, what Mr. Massacai is recommending is to split it out between, some of it will go to, I don't know where he gets the estimates in terms of $2.5 million. Shelby, you guys to purchase and maintenance of cameras and license plates citywide. So I don't, Shelby, you to fund the purchase and maintenance of cameras and license plate readers citywide. So are you saying that we would do that, or they would, the 33% is what they would do?
So I think the cameras I can say that the cameras referred to in this particular piece of legislation, this ordinance that was before the committee, are not the cameras at all that would be used for the school zone speed enforcement. The cameras referred to regarding the funding in the ordinance before this committee are VIC cameras that are currently throughout the city for the Video Integration Center, and that help with Operation Shield that the police department runs, as well as license plate reader cameras that are maintained throughout the city. But they're wholly separate than any of the speed cameras that would actually do this program. The city is not to pay for the speed cameras at all. This is to support camera installation and maintenance of just the VIC video camera, the cameras that are throughout the city that APD works with.
The bottom line is, whatever money is collected as revenue from this program, what is being recommended is that X amount will go for VIC cameras throughout the city, citywide, and another percentage will go to the police training facility. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then if I tack on pedestrian and bicycle safety for children so they can get, from the bus to the school, those kind of things. And then Councilmember Shepherd, I have one more kind of basic question about this too.
Okay.
Can I ask it now?
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Also, some neighborhoods are different than other neighborhoods, and I would like to know when they're thinking about installing the cameras, if the contractor, APS, APD, Police Foundation, whoever is installing these cameras, if they will go to the neighborhood and ask, because some of my neighborhoods don't want the tag readers, and they actually, I don't know how we're going to handle the schools. I guess that would go through APS, but they don't want expensive ticket issuing cameras in some neighborhoods. So are we going to have some kind of public outreach to the neighborhood, or have we even thought about that? That's another thing that I need to tack on to my list besides the transportation initiatives, is where are they going to install and what kind are they going to install, and how is the public process on that? Because I don't want them to install cameras and then my neighborhood be upset because they installed cameras. Does that make sense?
It does. I'm sorry.
No, but anyway, so I want to tack that on. So, Joyce, have you talked to Councilmember Matsakite about holding, or?
Well, I mean, we may want to hold this for at least one session and to get some of these questions asked. I don't want to just send it arbitrarily off to finance because these questions are very relevant to public safety, and I don't think we should send it off. I think we should get the questions asked.
Ms. Robinson, is it the same exact legislation that's going to finance, or is it a different piece of legislation?
It is, yes. I'm sorry.
This is dual referral, so this is the same piece of legislation that would go to finance. Right, Ms. Robinson?
Both things are correct. This paper is dual referred from public safety to the FEC. Then on FEC, there's a whole standalone paper, which is in addition to this paper, which would authorize the IGA. Councilmember Smith, the questions you have about the installation of the cameras and how APS will work with the city of Atlanta to make a determination as to where those cameras should be installed is actually, in my opinion, something that would be, related to the standalone FEC paper, because how the IGA would be crafted to relate to how the locations for the cameras and the school locations will be chosen is governed by the IGA, which is just that standalone paper. This paper basically assumes that the IGA has been authorized and we're in the program and we've executed the IGA, and now the question is, where do we put the money that we're going to get from the program? So insofar as there's a desire for some discussion about the location of the cameras, I think that's related to the standalone FEC paper rather than this paper, which has to do with the direction of the funding. The revenue.
But we don't have the IGA yet.
No, so I've got.
That's right. There is no IGA right now. There's no IGA in place at all.
And I'm, to be honest with you, I'm uncomfortable with us just. I want to make sure there's a balance in terms of equity, in terms of how these cameras are put in, and that looking at how who in APS is going to negotiate that. And at the end of the day, can we come up with some kind of strategic plan in terms of where they're going to put them, how, based on what's the criteria for where they're going to put them? Is there a scope, just like Chief Wright just gave us the hot spots where there was crime? Where is the speeding happening right now? Where's data showing where the speeding is happening? I will also say to you, Ms. Smith, I don't agree with your analogy, because if people are speeding, I don't care what neighborhood they're in, if they want them or not, you shouldn't be speeding. So that's just my opinion, is that people shouldn't be speeding.
It can only be in school zones, though, so it doesn't, so you're just looking at school zones.
That's what I'm saying, but in school zones, that's where they're going to put them, in school zones. So why would the neighborhood be opposed to that? If it's in a school zone, basically this is only can be put in school zones. It can't be put anywhere else.
What school zone?
Well, that's why I explained that to. I've talked to two people today, and I explained that to one. But I mean, at least they could go and talk to the PTA or something. I don't know. I don't know. There seems to be more questions than answers with this, but I don't want to hold up.
Councilmember Shepherd?
Yes.
Hi, I'm sorry. I did want to point out, just kind of skipping ahead a little bit to FEC, that in the whereas clause of the standalone paper concerning the IGA, there is a notation in the whereas clause that sets forth that the city, pursuant to the IGA, the city shall have the ability to ensure that the school zone speed camera enforcement is implemented in an equitable manner throughout the city in accordance with its authority to participate in the site selection analysis necessary to determine which sites will be most beneficial to the city of Atlanta in pursuit of its public safety goals. So it's understood that as we negotiate the IGA, if the council authorizes the city to move forward with that, with the negotiation of the details of the IGA pursuant to the FEC legislation, that part of that negotiation will be ensuring that the city is able to consider equity, in the site selection for the cameras.
All right. Are you finished with this?
Yes.
I just want to ask my other colleagues, if y'all want to weigh in. This is Ms. Smith and I'm going back and forth. Do other folks have an opinion on this? Everybody's quiet. Okay. So they're leaving it up to you and our colleagues to come to a conclusion.
Okay, well, I've got a motion on the floor. Did anyone say?
I'm sorry. Dustin is holding. I'm sorry. I just said Mr. Hillis. Mr. Hillis.
Yeah, sorry about that. Hit my mute button instead of my speaker button. But I'm supportive of the program. As was mentioned by Ms. Robinson, this was approved by the state back in 2018. When I was chair of public safety for 2 years, I had a number of or 2 or 3 vendors come in and discuss, how this program would work. And thankful for Councilmember Matsakite and others who've worked on this. I know Councilmember Dickens, the chair of the Transportation Committee, has been in discussions for years about this as well. So very much for implementing this in partnership with APS. Of course, the implementation, as Ms. Robinson said, is with the Finance Executive Committee and as that IGA. But I'm supportive of the paper in general and supportive of Councilmember Smith's motion that we get some more information, but keep this moving along because this is our chance for the council to actually have some say in where these revenues are going to go instead of just deferring to the administration. I can speak certainly on the camera program. Cameras on license plate readers. Before I was a council member and I worked for Councilmember Moore, I managed the rollout of those cameras on license plate readers in District 9, and they've done very well. Have reduced crime in areas where they've been implemented. So adding more money to that program, I see as a plus, as well as our training facility, which I think we all know the condition of our police and fire training facilities and the need to raise money to build a new training academy. So just wanted to say my words about that, and again, supportive of this paper and supportive of Councilmember Smith's motion, so I'll second that motion.
And your motion again, Ms. Smith?
Okay, my motion is to move it forward with favorable or no recommendation. I said, well, I'll go favorable recommendation until I can get with the author, the Chief Bryant, Commissioner Rowan, and COO King, to see if we can, what the definition of transportation, pedestrian and bicycle safety transportation initiatives is, make sure it's in that category. And then also, I want to talk to them about the IGA and how they're going to do the public access on installing, you know, prior to when they're doing their planning on installing cameras.
Okay, so did you also talk about adding something additional? You're talking about, so you said you're going to get with Josh Rowlands and all that. So can I ask you to do this? Yes, we're moving forward on recommendations favorable with conditions that you ask these questions. And Carmen, can you get the list of questions that you just talked about?
Yes, I can. Yes. Now, Ms.
Robinson is saying she thinks it should be held, and I think so too.
Okay, then you make a substitute motion to hold, and then I'll support you on that. But I just want to make sure that everyone knows that I didn't hold up a paper because I try to live by the golden rule, and I haven't actually spoken to Councilmember Massacite today. Yeah. But I doubt 2 weeks will make that much difference to him.
Well, I'll make what's the motion to hold? Am I wording that right?
Yeah, substitute motion to hold, and then you need to get a second on that one.
Okay. All right, I make a substitute motion to hold. I thought you said you was going to second it, but everybody's going to.
Can I second it? Either Mr. Bond or Ms. Lindo?
Yes, you can, Madam Chair, because we all voted on it. Yes.
I'll second that.
Okay. All right. I think we need to have a motion. I think we need to take the time. There's just a lot of questions. I'm supportive of this program. I really am. So I just want Mr. Hillis and everybody to know that. I just want to make sure we get it right. And there's a couple of questions that need to be asked.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I like the words "get it right" too.
Yeah. All right. So that's the
moment, Madam Chair.
Okay.
One moment, please. The vote is open on the motion to hold.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Bond?
Aye.
All right. Thank you.
Everyone, please vote. Councilmember Boone? The vote is closed. 7 yeas, 0 nays. This item will be held.
All right. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we're to item number 7. Hello?
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the numbers. I was on mute, so I was just looking. Okay, so 7. This is the one that I introduced in reference to the ACDC. I'm hoping that Mr. CLO King is on, or Mr. Johnson, to talk about this very briefly. 7 and 8.
Do you want me to sound the item 7 and 8?
Yes, please.
Yes. Item number 7 is 21R 3002. This is a resolution by Councilmember Joyce M. Shepherd declaring that a work session shall be scheduled to be conducted before the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee, during which the Mayor's administration shall provide a detailed presentation regarding a recommended plan and the results of their review of the reimagining the Atlanta City Detention Center Task Force recommendations, the Department of Corrections Personal Deployment Plan, and any of the specific details necessary to inform the policy, financial, and operational decisions the City of Atlanta will be called upon to make in order to facilitate the final actions necessary to accomplish the ultimate closure of ACDC and for other purposes. Item number 8 is 21R 3003. It's a resolution by Councilmember Joyce M. Shepherd adopting a plan regarding the deployment of City of Atlanta Department of Correction Personnel in accordance with the requirements of ordinance number 20-1260 as amended by ordinance number 20-1679 and for other purposes.
Thank you, Ms. Lindo. As I said earlier, these are two papers that we've been working to get done. A lot of discussion today on public comment about closing the jail. These are the two papers that talk about how we will move forward to do that. I want to ask Mr. King or Mr. Johnson to come forward to just talk about this briefly. We plan on having a work session on this, so we're going to hold them because our goal is to have a work session on the 21st of this month at 1 p.m. But if I could have this, to have Mr. King, C.O. King, or Mr. Johnson just speak to this briefly.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Can you hear me? This is Justin Johnson.
Yes.
Outstanding. Thank you, Chairwoman Shepherd and members of the committee. Justin Johnson, Deputy Chief Operating Officer for the City of Atlanta. So given the directive by the committee to provide a thoughtful plan and strategy by the February 1st deadline, staff is requesting to hold this piece of legislation to really just, as stated, to inform the policy, financial, and operational decisions around the closure of ACDC and the corrections redeployment. And in consultation with Chairwoman Shepherd, there will be a work session as previously stated for Thursday, January 21st at 1 p.m. And given the depth of that discussion, the work session format, similar to what we had during the police reform session held in early December, we will allow for I think it'll allow for the appropriate platform to discuss the myriad of recommended strategies, actions, and ideas to inform this work and afford us the appropriate venue in time for collaborative discussion. A few of the items that we'll discuss would be your recommendations around city ordinances, stakeholder engagement, facility assessment recommendations, as well as the staff redeployment. And finally, we will also use that opportunity to respond to specific questions that were raised by Council President Moore as well as council members. Those will be discussed at that time, and those questions did come up during the last work session we had back in December. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Any questions? If not, the motion is to hold both of these items. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Bond, we're ready for the vote, Ms. Lindo.
One moment. The vote is open.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you.
Vote opposed, 7 yeas, 0 nays. These items have been held.
All right. We're now at item number 9. You can read it, but I believe also we have a substitute that we're going to bring forth. We can go ahead, maybe just go ahead and read in the substitute.
Yes, Madam Chair, this is resolution.
Yeah, go ahead.
Resolution 20R3006. This is a resolution by Council Members Antonio Brown, Joyce M. Shepherd, J.P. Mazikite, Michael Julian Bond, Andrea L. Boone, Jennifer N. Ide, Andre Dickens, Matt Westmoreland, Natlin M. Archibong, Carla Smith, and Marcy Collier Overstreet, requesting the Public Safety Legal Administration Committee, the Community Development, Human Services, and Finance Executive Committees of the City of Atlanta City Council conduct a feasibility study and compile comprehensive recommendations regarding the establishment of the creation of the Department of Public Safety and Wellness within the City of Atlanta that will formally coordinate and direct public safety and wellness efforts. And Madam Chair, you do have a substitute which makes change that adds a new whereas clause, the fifth down, the revised recommendation key, just including coordination with the Police Foundation, but also revise the further resolve clause to include a 30-day time schedule for the council to consult with and find a firm to facilitate the study, and also It revises the second further resolve clause to require that the consultant firm selected by the council would provide recommendations to the Public Safety Committee within 90 days from the day that they're engaged.
Okay, we could bring the substitute forward, and then what we'll do after we bring the substitute forward is talk about the paper in whole. And I believe Mr. Brown is on the line also, so we'll allow him to speak also. So the motion is to bring the substitute forward.
Second.
Thank you. That's Mr. Brown. We're ready for the vote, Ms. Lindo.
Vote is open.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you.
The vote goes 7 yeas, 0 nays. That item's been substituted.
All right. Mr. Brown, we will give you the honor of this is your paper. If you're on the call, can y'all unmute him and let him speak?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to come before this body and your leadership on this committee. I would like to start by giving thanks to all my council colleagues, the council staff members, the law department, organizations such as the Atlanta Police Foundation for working collaboratively on the One Atlanta, One APD plan with the mayor and the administration, the Southern Center for Human Rights, Women on the Rise, Solutions Not Punishment Collaborative, Black Futurist Group, and the incredible men and women of our police and fire departments for voicing their opinions and concerns that also helped shape the plan before us today. Just to break down just a summary of the legislation, this new potential Department of Public Safety and Wellness will allow the city of Atlanta to address urgent and overdue concerns with regards to community safety and wellness. It will also allow for streamlining of emergency, non-emergency departments in a more efficient and cost-effective way while addressing issues of major crimes and non-emergency matters to rebuild the trust between policing and community while being a bridge to safety for our city's most vulnerable population. The resolution, it creates a pathway for an outside consulting firm, as Ms. Lindo stated, within the substitute, designated by council to conduct a feasibility study within 90 days and provide recommendations to establish a Department of Public Safety and Wellness. At the approval of this resolution within the designated committees, council will have 30 days to identify a consulting firm and funding source to proceed with a separate piece of legislation in which we have identified as an ordinance per the law department's procedural recommendation to establish a partnership between council and an identified organization to conduct an unbiased and independent study. Once council has received the final recommendations of the study, council will hold 2 joint work sessions for the public to weigh into the establishment of this department. At the completion of the work sessions, a final report will be remitted to the administration to move forward in standing up the Department of Public Safety and Wellness. I do want to point out that there have been several compiled recommendations within the resolution that have been provided by various organizations, public safety experts, as well as internal departmental recommendations. The selected consulting firm will determine the feasibility of these stated recommendations, as we want to ensure we are taking into consideration everyone's opinions as we work to bring the city together in the issue of public safety and wellness. The Atlanta Police Foundation is in full support of the legislation and advised of its importance to the success of addressing the issue of crime and wellness in the city, and aligns with the mayor's One Atlanta, One APD plan, along with additional recommendations not captured in the plan. I'm asking this body to support and move this legislation forward. Again, I appreciate everyone's support in the compilation of this comprehensive legislation. And Madam Chair, I will yield back to you. And again, thank you for your support and leadership on this legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Well, let me just say, Mr. Brown, that I do have that, even though, we've gotten a lot of input and I know you called around a lot, I really would still like to, as you talked about the process, in terms of a work session in X amount of days, waiting 30 days, and then coming up with some work sessions after we hire a consultant. All of that is still a little muddy to me in terms of how that's going to proceed. So I still have some concerns about that. And then I still would like to just kind of, if we had time to go through just some of the things that you're talking about in terms of that. And by the way, if anybody else has questions or concerns, please plug in also if you have questions or concerns. I know some people have expressed some. But my first thing is this whole 30-day process that you're talking about, what happens within 30 days?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair. So basically, there were several options proposed for how we create a pathway to move forward with this legislation. The first pathway that was initially spoken about was a joint committee of public safety, CDHS, the Community Development, Human Services, and Finance Executive Committees, establishing a joint committee between the three, and within that joint committee would discuss, at the passage of this resolution, discuss, bringing in a consulting firm and or doing the work themselves. The problem with that was that Councilmember Overstreet would have been the only council member that would not be able to vote within that joint committee. And after consulting with President Moore, as well as the parliamentarian, I just decided that let's look at other potential options. That way, no one was left out. And then Councilmember Shook, he had a suggestion in which would be a select committee to discuss the paper, and after the paper is passed, discuss the resolution, and at that point, either decide if council will do the work or if we're going to bring in an outside consulting firm. So that's still an option. After speaking with several council members, there was a overall consensus that the body would prefer to designate a consulting firm in which the body has also, members of the body has agreed to financially contribute to in order to conduct this study, and in order to keep it unbiased and independent. As we work through this, just given a lot of the divide that has occurred in the city around public safety and wellness. So that was the recommendation that was brought before the city law department. And then from there was a process established that would allow for that to happen. Initially, a recommendation made by Councilmember Faroki on this committee was that we change it from 90 days to 120 days initially, before we made the decision to move forward with designating a consultant to perform this study. So I took the 120 days and I said, hey, out of the 120 days, we'll use 30 days to designate a consulting firm, in which Councilmember Dickens has expressed that there is a firm that is currently doing similar work to this that he thought we should consider bringing on board for this. So with regards to that, I said, we'll take 30 days to identify a firm and a funding source, and then give that firm 90 days to perform the study. And after speaking with the Atlanta Police Foundation, Mr. Wilkinson, it was determined that a lot of work has been put in with regards to studying a lot of these issues, and that this process should not be prolonged, and that we should utilize the research and data in which we have currently and apply it to the resolution and standing up this Department of Public Safety and Wellness. So that's what has gotten us to this point. And then, Madam Chair, I believe the law department can speak to the procedural process with regards to the law's recommendation if you choose to.
I just was trying to repeat the sentence. I hear what you're saying in terms of how you got there, but the 30 days, number one is, even in terms of you doing anything, it's going to require a procurement process. If we spend over $20,000, it's going to require a procurement process to hire consultants. So when you say Mr. Dickens has found someone, I believe it still, the law department correct me, it still has to go through a procurement process in terms of, and that procurement process is something that don't always happen within 30 days. So that's what I'm saying. To me, there's a lot of questions that we have to ask in terms of how this is going to play out. You know, you're just saying 30 days, but it may be more than 30 days. It could wind up being, let's hope our procurement department is better now, but it could be something. We just don't have it.
Madam Chair, the law department stated that the council has the ability to collectively designate a consulting firm in which we could waive the procurement code as we've done in the past to designate this consulting firm to perform the study. So that was why initially the 30 days.
Can we get Ms. Robinson to speak to that, please? Ms. Robinson, is that who you're talking about, Ms. Robinson?
Good afternoon. Yes. So it is correct that the council has the ability to waive the procurement code if so desires. The council waives the procurement code concerning procurement somewhat regularly. However, if there is a desire not to waive the procurement code and to apply the procurement code, then that would be appropriate if it is over $20,000. If it's over $100,000, legislation would be necessary to engage the consulting firm, even if the procurement code isn't waived. And those just remain always the options when contracting at the city.
Ms. Robinson, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. You threw out a number. You say if it's over 20,000, then you threw out another number. If it's over another, what's the other amount?
So if it's over $20,000, okay. If it's over $20,000, it must go through procurement, like a competitive procurement process, an RFP or such. It's above a small purchase. If it's above $100,000, regardless of whether or not the procurement process required any waiver of the procurement code, it must be any contract must be approved pursuant by legislation, by separate legislation. Of course, regardless of the amount of the contract, if there's going to be a waiver of the procurement code, that can only be done pursuant to an ordinance. But there's nothing special about engaging a consultant that means that those are the options that you have. Those are the options that are always before the city in regards to how to move forward with engaging a contractor.
Thank you. So go ahead, Ms. Robinson.
Well, when you finish, Madam Chair, I've got some questions.
Okay. All right. So for me, we need to have a structure in place where one or two or three people or somebody, a committee is formed to look at this. Maybe the committee could be a committee of all the different chair folks to look at how we even begin to look at that process of working with the law department and the finance department to look at how we go through this whole process. I just want to make sure we're doing it correctly. So that would be my recommendation, that the chairs of the committee come together to have a deep discussion around that also, the next step in terms of this 30-day and how long it's going to take and all of that.
Madam Chair, I'm completely fine with that as well, Madam Chair.
Okay. Ms. Winslow.
Yeah, I guess Yeah, I'm here. And I guess maybe I need to stick on this subject first. So usually when an RFP is done, there's usually a scope of work that goes into it to tell the consultant what we want the consultant to do or to accomplish as a result of the work. And then do we know what the cost is going to be? Because I heard it said that the council people would be paying for this. Is that correct, Councilmember Brown?
Yeah, well, certain council members, Councilmember Winslow, have committed to contributing to the consulting firm that's designated by council. So, I mean, I think it's really, if council members choose to contribute, that they can. Certain council members have already expressed the desire to contribute to this. About 3 or 4 of them, including myself, have agreed to contribute to this. But this is not a requirement, or I don't believe it's a requirement in which all council members need to contribute to expending the cost around the consulting firm. Councilmember Winslow, just to address the first point you made around the scope of work. So within the legislation, it lays out a foundation for the scope of work. And then I guess when Councilmember Shepherd stated that a body would be formed when the legislation is passed to, I guess, determine who that consulting firm is, I believe that they would also either amend what the legislation is calling for as far as the scope of work is concerned, because what we don't want to do is we don't want to impede on the consulting firm's ability to truly provide an unbiased and independent study on what it would take to do this and if this is even feasible. So I'm open to any other suggestions or recommendations as well.
Okay, well, I'm just really trying to understand the legislation. So is the legislation talking about establishing a new Department of Public Safety and Wellness, or this is an adjunct department to the Department of Public Safety? So help me with that.
Can I try to explain it to her, Mr. Brown? Can I start explaining it?
Absolutely, Madam Chair.
So, Ms. Winslow, what is being proposed is that, and this has been discussed before, and what we're finding out through history is that it's been sold out actually for several years. That's been talked about for several years. But creating a department, actually a Department of Public Safety, and as Mr. Brown said, Department of Public Safety and Wellness. What this department would do is
so I know the fire department has a Department of Wellness. Okay.
No. Let me finish. Let me explain it to you. Okay. Let me go through the whole thing. So up under this Department of Public Safety, I don't know if you remember when the Mayor Bobbins, when there was something was happening with the Final Fours and stuff was going on, she pulled in Chief Turner to become a Commissioner of Public Safety. You remember that? Up under that Commissioner. And that Commissioner of Public Safety, what their job was going to be, it would be like the Commissioner would report to the Mayor, but the Police Department would actually report to the Commissioner. So there would be another level above the Police Department. The whole premise,
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the whole premise behind this is not just about something with sports or anything like that. It's really more about doing this very specifically because as we look at, and that's one of the reasons I support the paper, as we look at crime in our communities right now, Ms. Winslow, the police department right now, the chief and all of them, they are in high demand just specifically in terms of just looking at everyday crime, aggravated assault, police chase, car theft, streetcar racing, shootouts, just an array of different things. But when it comes to other crimes in our communities, Ms. Winslow, crimes that actually, to some extent, would be defined as not necessarily what you call the emergency crimes, but crimes that would actually fall into the category of, for instance, I got a place in my district where every time I'm looking, it's packed on the weekends with folks selling food. They got food out there all over the place. They're doing car wash. It's become a hangout. It's a little club on the weekend. I called the police department, and I said to the police department, y'all need to go and bust that up, because what's going to happen, they've had a couple incidents out there with people getting arguing, they calling, they get into fights and altercations and stuff. The police department says, well, council member, the only thing we can do is actually look at them for food in terms of Fulton County Health Department, but you're selling. But the laws, and I started to pull up the laws around it. I said, look at this. There are laws that says that this particular business is supposed to have X amount of parking spaces for when people come into his store. If the parking lot is packed with people wall to wall, and you can't even get in to go into the store, you're violating what some people would say is zoning. So that may be zoning, where it says, so when you pull the business license, you have to look at what are the violations that are happening here, but they may not be crime related at that point. But we have so many laws on the books, Ms. Winslow, that are actually quality of life issues that if we fix it a different way, you don't have to worry about it escalating into crime, and it changes the quality of life of our community. And as I began to look more and more at this, just like I did at code enforcement, there's a lot of things that we actually are legislating in terms of laws with the police department, unfortunately, in terms of their culture and how they are, and also not just how they are, because they're so high demand in terms of other things, and with short police officers, they're not looking at those kind of crimes. They're just driving by them. So why would, on a case like that, what I'm talking about, you would have a non-emergency somebody from the police department that is addressing particular issues of quality of life that has nothing to do with just having to actually have a police officer with a gun go out. So that's the emergency stuff, and that's non-emergency stuff. It still should be up under the police department because it's crime related. But if you had a department that was doing a breakdown strategically of looking at departments and looking at what police officers do, because the way our police officers right now, they are narcotics, they 911, they this and the other, but their focus is just dealing with things that are happening, not, calls all the time. But there are other crimes that are not non-emergency crimes. So if we had a public safety department, we could break it out. It would be much more comprehensive and look at it a different way. What I found was when I talked to Mr. Wilkerson from the Police Foundation, that they had actually came up with a recommendation very similar to that years ago, and it never went anywhere. So we're looking at it now. I mean, we would brainstorm about it, and it was like, oh, we did a study on that several years ago. So now we're looking at strategically how can we begin to help in terms of crime across the city. Our police officers, we already talked about how short they are. We so short police officers, and a lot of the stuff that they're doing doesn't require that, or they're not doing it. So this public safety department would actually have an umbrella where you're still dealing with the police department, but you also have these other departments like code enforcement. Right now, major we have a major over code enforcement. The people who are actually going out and doing all this stuff every day are not sworn officers. So some of these jobs that will require that. So just doing a reassessment of that and creating a department that's much more comprehensive to deal with the quality of life things that are crime driven. Liquor licenses and going in and applying it and looking at that every day, not just when something happens, but looking at that to make sure it don't escalate into a shootout or something. So those kind of things. I don't know about, and I could go on, and I don't want to take the whole evening to talk about this, but this department will begin to look at that. And as Mr. Brown said, it's a lot of things to go in there to talk to supporting a lot of different plans and initiatives. So if you took the time to kind of read over the information, it kind of goes into some of that. I still think we've got a lot of work to do to tweak it, to make sure that it's tight. As we're looking at this, I think it would really make a difference in the city of Atlanta, and I'm in support of it. I just want to make sure we make it tight. Does that help you?
No, that helps me a lot. And I saw the piece about the looking at non-emergency requests coming in. I was just a little confused about if we were forming a new department. So I'm I'm clear on that.
It is a new department with a new commissioner. Yes, it is.
Okay. So it would be somebody who would they report to?
The commissioner will report directly to the mayor.
To the mayor. Okay, I got you. Okay. So I've gone through and I've read all the other conditions or things that they would want the consultant to look at, and so it would be a coordination with the police department in terms of what things may be considered non-emergency. Okay.
Well, it wouldn't be just non-emergency, Ms. Winslow. It would be looking at the structure of the police department as a whole. And it would help in terms of taking some of the load off the police department. Right now, the police department, in terms of how it is now, it is handling a lot of stuff that's just too overwhelming, I believe, for them.
No,
it's just a lot.
I think, we all agree on that. That's not an issue. Okay, you've explained it. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Mr. Hillis, I see you have your hand raised.
Thank you, Chairwoman Shepherd. So thank you for your comments, and I share most of those. I'm supportive of the need for this overall, but do have a few concerns with some of the things mentioned in the paper. And I'll just highlight probably two or three of my most concerning points. For one is, and I spoke with Chairwoman Shepherd about this earlier, is this, and I know, up front, this is just quote unquote recommendations, and, this paper doesn't really implement any of those. We're going to have a study done and all that. But number one is this paper mentions 311, putting that up under this new department. 311 is a citywide service that serves every department in the city, and I would pretty sure most of their calls are actually watershed and transportation related. So I have some confusion about that. Certainly supports, and I have talked about, I believe it was the last public safety meeting, the end of the year, or I talked about the issues we're having at 911 and the dire need to have a non-emergency number. So if you do need police and fire for something that's not imminent, supportive of that, but I'm having a problem seeing how 311, a service that serves the whole city and all departments, would need to fall up under a public safety department. The other item, and I know me and the Shepherd are big code enforcement people. This ordinance, as I read it, proposes basically stripping police power while keeping code enforcement under this new department. It seemingly strips it of police powers and states that it doesn't need sworn officers. Well, I would highly refute that. One, we have only a small number of sworn personnel in the code enforcement division. It's currently a major, and I believe they have maybe a sergeant and maybe two officers, so it's very minimal. But if most of the members on this committee will recall, with the exception of myself and Councilmember Faroki, who weren't council members at the time, but I was highly involved in code enforcement in my neighborhood. There was a very scathing audit that came out back in 2010 of code enforcement when it was under the Department of City Planning, i.e. there was no sworn leadership or officers within that department. It was probably one of the most scathing audits I've ever read that was done in the city of Atlanta. And I know that myself and me and my other colleagues currently have issues with the enforcement mechanisms, building and zoning that are still under planning. So I have some reservations about reverting that department to kind of a non-sworn division under this new department when they've made such great strides in the past 8 years being up under the police department and having sworn leadership and a few sworn personnel to carry out certain duties. And so I'll leave it at that for now. I have a few other concerns, but those are my top two concerns, and I'll give the floor for now.
Okay, let me speak to that real quick. You're right, Mr. Hillis. You and I talked about that earlier today. Number one is, I agree. I'm not even sure if the 311 should be up under public safety. I think we need to have a call in, not a 911, but another non-emergency number that we need to create for non-emergency things, and I think that is in the paper. I think 311 right now, in terms of how you look at 311, they're overwhelmed. I mean, you call them for everything, from water to trash to this to and I'm proud of 311 and where we are. I mean, I'm really proud of them, and they do an excellent job, and they have really grown to be a great department. However, 911 calls or even non-emergency calls should be something that, because when I'm out in my communities at neighborhood meetings, they're saying, well, this is not a 911 call, but council member who I called, and I called 311, but they gave me a number and this and that and the other, and it kind of goes off into somewhere. I do believe that we should have a place where we can actually have another number that is for non-emergency that deals with kids or truancy or this or all the different things that fall under these categories, but you're not calling the police and saying, come and get the kids. And it's about 5 kids, and I know they're supposed to be in school today. They're walking down the street. But we had a number that we could call, which is a part of when we talk about revamping our police department in a way where we have the pre-arrest diversion centers, we have the trauma centers, we have all these things that are tied into our police department in terms of where we are right now, that we don't have to have the police come and get them. We can have somebody come and get them, but we're really assessing them from a whole different level, as opposed to right now, police officers are just picking them up and taking them somewhere. So I think 311 should be up under a whole different umbrella that should be city services, but I do believe that we should have a number specifically that's non-emergency around public safety issues that are non-emergency issues, like all the topics we were talking about. So I think you and I are on the same page on that, Mr. Hillis. The other thing, code enforcement, we need to leave code enforcement right where it is. You know, you talk about code enforcement, but I was involved with it from the very beginning. When I was in planning, that's all I did before I was a council member. I was talk about code enforcement and the problems we had with it and didn't work in planning. And I remember I was working with Major Finley and C.J. Davis, who was a sergeant at the time, and they assigned her to begin to work with me. And Major Finley finally convinced him, after he went up a step and as a deputy chief, he convinced them to put code enforcement up under public safety. And you're absolutely right. It became one of the best things that we did. And then when we did the Code Enforcement Commission and did a whole deep dive analysis and we did the audit, I was involved with all of that. And now code enforcement is so much more better. And I love the fact that we have a major. And we don't have most of the inspectors. You have about 15, 20 inspectors, but most of them are not sworn. But you do have 2 or 3 because code enforcement in terms of crime, it ties hand in hand with crime. So we should most definitely keep that up under there. So I wouldn't say take it out, keep it where it is. Just use that. I use that as an example of how we should fix things. You don't need a police officer. The code enforcement, to me, is a prime example of what we're talking about. And we should keep it up under the police department. So I'm going to shut up. Mr. Ferrosi.
Yes, Madam Chair. We could spend days talking about pieces of this legislation. I share a lot of the opinions that have already been articulated, but it sounds like a lot of what we're discussing now is what will need to get hashed out in work sessions and having a consultant weigh in to the extent one is found and hired. And so I guess I call the question, has there been a motion made yet? In which case, I won't call the question. Let me ask that first. Has there been a motion made yet?
So I'll make the motion. It hasn't been a motion made, but you can call. So we haven't made a motion, but I'll try to make a motion because you're right. We don't want to talk about this all night. I support this paper. So what I would recommend we do is, number one, is we need to tweak it to say that this paper, we would create a subcommittee up under this paper where it would be, of course, as Mr. Brown has written it, where it's the 3 committees, it's public safety, it is FEC, and it's community development, human services. And of course, him being the author of the paper, you know, he would be a part of that too. He's not a chair, but he would be a part of the input of that too. So making that a part of this paper. And then we need to be having a meeting on this within the next couple of weeks to even kind of figure out how we're going to move this forward. What are we going to do in terms of, and even the funding. The last thing I want to say real quickly is I have talked to the mayor's office about this. They have not weighed in yay or nay of what their position is on this. But I've even asked for funding from them, or even the recommendation earlier at the originally was actually taking PERS, which is the people who are doing the whole thing with the use of force, that consulting group, and asking them if they would be willing to merge that in with that. I don't know if that's where we want to go with that. Maybe two different criteria, we're looking at two different things. But I think that what we have to do is create a subcommittee to begin to look at this more in depth and come back with some recommendations to the committee. So my motion is to create this subcommittee.
Councilmember Hillis, I hit the speaker button again, but to my point, I did want to offer an amendment first that the committee could entertain, if that's okay with you.
Okay, go ahead and do that, and then just what I said also. Go ahead. Just
to my points and those that you seem to agree with, given the issues and what I spoke about with 311 and code enforcement, I would offer an amendment that under Section 2, items K and L be struck, and those are the ones that deal specifically with 311 and code enforcement, and then the following items be relettered appropriately. So I'll make that motion.
K and L be struck, and what was the last thing you said?
That the following items be relettered appropriately.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. All right.
Second. Madam Chair, may I speak to this?
Yes, Mr. Brown, go ahead.
Okay. I just want to point out, Councilmember Hillis, I appreciate your concerns in regards to K and L in which you speak of. I do want to say that there was extensive research done, both with the 911 operating center as well as chiefs, majors, and other individuals within the police department, specifically to your concerns, in which some of the recommendations you speak of were recommendations of other people that contributed to this paper. Now, I'm going to be honest, I have no dog in the fight when it comes to taking 311 out of the 611 and 911. But one of the things I wanted to point out that Councilmember Matsakite really, when visiting the 911 center, found out was that 911 was being inundated with non-emergency calls and also city service issues, in which they had to redirect these individuals to calling, 311 to address those concerns. And that was part of the reason why the 911 hold time was so long, outside of the staffing capacity issues. So these recommendations came from research, and the only thing I wanted to point out is that this resolution, it's to examine and study these recommendations as a whole, because if someone is making these recommendations within this legislation, we don't want to feel as though we're not taking their recommendations into consideration. Now, if the consulting firm comes back and states that no, that doesn't work, or no, that shouldn't be the case, then I think at that point we could collectively agree that, hey, these things shouldn't work because they just don't work. But I think we're not the experts in this space, and a ton of research has gone into these things. So I would just ask that the council just respect those that have contributed to the plan, just so that, because the point of this plan was to really bring the city together so everyone could contribute. And I'm not saying that I disagree with anything that you or Madam Chair has stated. I just think that we should give the consulting firm the ability to make those decisions. And I'll yield back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Mr. Hillis, I think that we can leave these in because, again, this is not etched in stone. Everything right here is not etched in stone. And he's right. This is a study. So as we do this assessment, we can look at that. I see what you're saying in terms of community service division also. Someone looked at this paper and they asked the same question about this. But as opposed to us just trying to eliminate it now, why don't we just leave it like it is? We're going to go through each item one-on-one and say, take this in, put that out. That don't fit right now. No, that's not going to work. The whole 9 yards. And then come back and say, here's what we recommend. And then we will still have more time to discuss the yays and nays of that. How do you feel about that?
Well, thank you, Councilmember Shepherd, Chairwoman Shepherd, and thank you, Councilmember Brown. I don't think that my amendments conflict with what Councilmember Brown was saying. I mean, people calling the wrong number, that's an education issue. That's not, something that's going to be solved by moving 311 up under a new department when it serves all the departments in the city, not just public safety. We just went through the code enforcement issue, and
right.
I do not see, how that's going to fix things. So I'm standing by my motion and the amendment, and I believe Councilman Winslow seconded it. So I would ask for my colleagues' support on it.
Okay. So there's a motion on the floor to delete K and L. We're ready for the vote. It was motion by Mr. Hillis and second by Ms. Winslow, I believe. Mr. Faroki, did you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I did. I mean, I don't. Frankly, I can flip a coin and how I'm going to vote on this one because I don't think it matters. I think ultimately, the consultant's going to come back with whatever recommendations they think. Whether we tell them to look at something or not, I think if they're good consultants, they'll address the issue whether it's bulleted here or not. So I just think we should go ahead and move this forward so we can get someone working on it. And obviously the rubber's going to meet the road when we decide whether to adopt recommendations or not. And I suspect emergency number, non-emergency number will come up whether it's articulated in this legislation at this stage or not. So that's all I have to say. We can go ahead and vote as far as I'm concerned.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Then we're ready for the vote. Let your voice be your vote. Let your vote be your voice.
The vote is open. Mr. Bond?
I'm sorry, Mr. Bond and Ms. Winslow. I'm sorry, I dropped my job. Mr. Bond?
No, I seconded it.
Oh, yes, that's right. Mr. Bond?
Abstain.
Okay.
The vote does not pass. We have what the total vote is.
Okay. So the now
2 yeas, 4 nays, yes. The amendment fails, Madam Chair, yes.
So the next thing we're going to do is just go ahead and add in my recommendation to make a subcommittee up under this, and that committee will be the chairs of the 3 committees, along with Mr. Brown, who is also the author of the paper. So that's an amendment that we can add. I don't know where we're going to put it. Hello? We'll just add it.
Madam Chair, we can add it in the first and second, or the first be it further resolved clause, where it states that council has 30 days we could add it in that clause and state that within the 30 days, because right now the first, I'm sorry, let me just go to it so I can read it out loud. So the first be it further resolved states council will convene within 30 days following the approval of this resolution to identify a consulting firm to perform the study in partnership with the Public Safety Legal Administration. And I think it should say after finance committees, it should be comma, and establish a select committee made up of chairs of these designated committees to discuss the appointment of the consulting firm and the funding source for the consulting firm.
I don't know if we need to be that detailed, Mr. Brown, because I think this committee is a committee that will be ongoing in terms of looking at a lot of recommendations in terms of bringing them forth to all the committees. I don't think we need to define it so specifically. And we also probably need to say that we will be doing this in collaboration with the consulting firm and the administration.
Yes, ma'am. I'm in full support of that.
Ms. Lindo, did you get that?
Madam Chair, if you could restate that.
That Mr. Brown said that he's more articulate in saying these things than I am. But actually, basically saying that we would create a subcommittee comprised of the Public Safety Chair, Public Safety Committee, CDHS Committee Chair, and FEC Committee Chair, along with the author of the paper, to create a committee to actually do an assessment of the next steps for funding, assessment of everything, just to do an assessment and bring it back to the committee. Okay.
Madam Chair, do I need to, is it possible I can be included in, I know you mentioned it, but I didn't know if we should put it in the be it further resolved claims that I can be a part of the select committee?
I did say that. Did I not say that? You didn't hear me say that?
Oh, no, I did, but when you... Okay.
You're not, I don't, are you on, you're on one, you're on the FEC, not on the, which committee are you on? FEC or CHS? You're on the CHS. Well, that's cool. I mean, but you're the author of the paper, so I said the author of the paper will automatically be a part of the committee.
Oh, yes, ma'am. No, I heard you. Yes, ma'am. I heard you. I just wasn't sure if you wanted to include it into the be it further resolved, or did it matter? I don't know if it matters or not. I was just asking.
I mean, you can put your name or whoever chair. I mean, that's fine. You want your name specifically? Is that what you're saying, Mr. Brown?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't matter to me either way, Councilmember Shepherd. I just didn't know if in order for a select committee to be formed, if legally it has to be completely identified, or it can be, just as you stated it. So I just wasn't sure.
Yeah. All right. The law department, do y'all need to weigh in? Amber, you need to weigh in on that?
Good evening. No, there are no legal prescriptions concerning the formation of a select committee as per the amendment. So it is the committee's pleasure here.
Okay. All right, guys. I think we're getting somewhere. I think everybody's getting tired, too. So, do we have that, Ms. Lindo?
Yes, I'll type it up and send it to everyone, Madam Chair.
That was an amendment. Now you need to make it as a form of a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. We're ready for the vote. Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Okay.
The vote is closed. 7 yeas, 0 nays. That item's been amended.
All right. Thank you. So now the motion is to approve as amended.
So moved.
The vote is open, Madam Chair.
All right. Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
The vote is opposed, 7 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable as amended.
Very good.
Favorable on substitute as amended. Yes.
All right. So we now move to item number 10. Can you sound that, Ms. Lindo?
Yes, Madam Chair, that's 21R 3021. It's a resolution by the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee authorizing the settlement of all claims against the City of Atlanta in the case of Asia Hart versus City of Atlanta, civil action file number listed herein in Fulton County State Court in the amount of $3,000, authorizing said amount to be paid from accounts listed herein, and authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to distribute the total settlement amount and for other purposes.
Is there any discussion on this? If not, I entertain the motion. All right. The motion is to approve. Is there a second? Ms. Winslow, how do you vote? Ms. Winslow?
In favor.
Okay, thank you. No, just say no, yay. Second. Just say second.
Second. Oh, second. I'm sorry.
All right, we're ready for the vote.
Vote is open. The vote is closed. 7 yeas, 0 nays. This item is favorable.
All right. We're now moved up on the held papers. We have 3 papers coming off of held. That's 22, 24, and 25. So let's go to number 22, Ms. Lindo.
Yes, Madam Chair, that's 20C0146. This is communication from Mayor Keisha Lance Bottom, appointing Ms. Valerie Carey to serve as a member of the License Review Board. This appointment is for a term of 2 years.
And I believe the motion is to file.
That's correct.
Motion is to file. Is there a second?
Second.
We're ready for the vote.
The vote is open.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you.
The vote is closed. 7 yeas, 0 nays. That item is filed.
All right. We're now to item number 24. And that's a substitute. Is that correct? So the motion is to bring the substitute forward.
So moved.
Second, Hillis.
Madam Chair, that's ordinance 20-1697. This is an amended ordinance. This is a substitute ordinance by the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee to amend Chapter 30, Article 23 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, vending. One moment, Madam Chair, please. I apologize. Lost my screen. One moment, please. I apologize. I apologize. This is a substitute ordinance by the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee to amend Chapter 30, Article 23 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, vending in the public right-of-way, public property vending in order to remove kiosks from the public property vending program to provide for preferential consideration for legacy kiosk vendors in the anticipated upcoming request for proposals concerning the future of the kiosk and for other purposes.
Ms. Lindo, I think we voted to bring the substitute forward, so we need to complete that vote, and then we'll hear from the department.
That's correct, Madam Chair.
The vote went away, so I can't remember who did what. I know Mr. Bond was one, and was Mr. Hillis the other?
Yes, Madam Chair. Yes. So there's Mr. Hillis and Mr. Bond.
So we're ready for the vote.
The vote is open.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you.
The vote is closed. 7 yeas, 0 nays. That item has been substituted. Madam Chair, I believe that the department has a presentation regarding this substitute.
That's right. Please, I believe it's Commissioner King or Mr. Humphrey from planning. Are you all there?
Yes.
Are you letting them in?
One moment. One moment, Madam Chair. One moment, we're still. Josh, are you there?
Hey, Corinne. Yeah, this is Josh. I'm here.
Okay, we're waiting. Okay. Madam Chair, they're on the line.
Hello, how are you all?
Doing okay. How are you doing today?
All right. Are you ready to go ahead and talk about the kiosk that's substituted in legislation? I think we're ready, y'all, to ask to hold it. So go ahead. You got the floor.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember. Corinne, whenever you're ready to pull the presentation up, I can walk right through it.
Josh, just can proceed per my notes. Just proceed. It's up. They all have it, and it's up on the screen.
All right. Thanks so much. The kiosk program amendments that we're making, just for a bit of context, there are 17 kiosks in the city. They're all located downtown. And on slide 2, you'll see a photo of what one of the kiosks look like for reference. These are brick and mortars. They're in the public right of way, and we have 17 of them that operate throughout the city. On slide 3, you'll see a bit of background. So they were created a little over a decade ago, and the design of the program was that they would create opportunities for small businesses and something a little more sustainable than traditional cart vending in the city. But we've had some challenges with the current program. It's resulted in unused or inactive kiosks with a few very notable exceptions. And so for the last 2+ years, we worked with a task force called Micro ATL and a group of vendors and kiosk operators and other stakeholders about how to make the program work better, both for the businesses that want to operate downtown and for better economic activation downtown. And so the goal of the legislation here is to create a program that better supports kiosk operators and improves the economic activation down in the city. The new program on slide 4 here will we expect 5 to 7 vacant kiosks under the current program or the new program that'll go through an RFP solicitation beginning later this quarter. And the selected vendors in this program would enter into a 3-year license agreement with the city. And so one of the fundamental changes in the program is moving from a lottery-based permitting program to one that would do license agreements. And then the fees will be paid in monthly installments rather than now in a one-lump sum at the beginning of the year. Revenue generated from them will be held in the newly created kiosk trust fund that was passed by City Council to the end of last year. On slide 5, you'll see that the program is designed to do a few things. One, under the public vending code, current operators are very limited on what they're allowed to sell and not sell based on the public vending code. And so this would expand their ability to sell and would move from a kind of an explicit list of what they're allowed to sell to a prohibited list that would give them opportunities, we think, for more business innovation and more variety of businesses downtown, so they're less competing with one another like they are now. The new program also, like I mentioned, moves to monthly payment and reduces the upfront cost. Right now, it's a $2,500 maintenance fee that has to be paid in beginning of March every year. This would move it to lower monthly costs. The RFP process also includes preference points for existing legacy businesses that operate in kiosks. Because one of our goals during this transition is to ensure that we prioritize the long-term operators here. Like I said, there are several really good operators, and we want to ensure that the new program is designed in a way that ensures that they can benefit from all the new investment in the program and have more favorable opportunities for their business to expand and improve under the program as well. The license agreement will also include requirements for insurance and liability requirements that are not currently required under the permitting program. This would reduce liability to the city. The new structure also would provide us an additional accountability standards. One of the challenges we have right now is that many of the kiosks are inactive, and under the permitting system, we're not really able to enter into any kind of way to ensure that there's activation. So a lot of them end up closed for long periods of time and then don't really participate with the downtown economy. On slide 6, so this is technically what's being amended in the vending code. In order to set up these license agreements, we have to remove kiosks from the vending code. So the vending code will stay intact. There's still cart vending that will continue to exist under it, but we're removing kiosks from that. And then we'll create this leasing system through the RFP process. This also will end the lottery process for kiosks because that's dictated through the public vending code, and phases out the current permitting procedures over the course of 3 years. So all current operators, which we have 12 of them that are still operating, they will have 3 years to renew under the old program up through 2024. And we did that because the license agreement terms we're looking at under the RFP would be 3 years. So essentially we're giving them a 3-year phase out that would line up with the 3-year lease terms under the new program. We've also included in there that in the future RFP, when kiosk operators, legacy businesses are applying for bidding for a lease in their our license agreement, in their existing kiosk, they would receive 25 preference points out of 100 in an RFP process. Again, really the goal of both the 3-year phase-out period and the 25 points is to prioritize legacy operators that have been good operators, and we want to ensure that they have a place in this new program, and they're given priority in that sense. So on slide 7. This is about the Kiosk Trust Fund. Just briefly, this was created, like I said, for the end of last year. We went through FEC, but we did establish a trust fund so the revenues generated by the kiosk can go back into the kiosk program to support the businesses that operate there. and support the maintenance requirements. That these are brick and mortars, and they're in the public right of way, so they require a certain amount of proactive and emergency maintenance. And so we're excited about this trust fund passing. We think this will help ensure that we, are good operators and provide good space for businesses that do want to operate downtown. And then on slide 8, this is just one more photo of one of the active kiosks downtown. So that's the kiosk program and kind of our goals around the program. And then the substitute, the primary change from the original legislation, it adds the section with the preference points in the future RFP process. And that's all I have. Tim, were you able to get on the line?
I guess he wasn't. Mr. King, Commissioner King, are you there? So let me just go ahead. Do any of my colleagues have any questions in reference to this kiosk program? Mr. Bond, I believe you work with them a lot on this in terms of revamping the substitute. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So they went over it with me, and I don't have any problems with it. I think it's pretty good. So thank you for your working on that. If we have no questions, yes.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. This is Tim Keene. I was just now able to get off mute. If you had any questions of me, I'm here.
All right. Any questions from my colleagues? I was just asking were there any questions.
No, I just wanted to commend the department for all the hard work that they've done, and it's been very thoughtful, and I just appreciate the work session and follow-up that they did with everyone that needed it on the committee. So thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Council Member.
One of the things that I did say, Ms. Winslow, because me and you were involved when we actually did this whole revamping of those kiosks downtown.
Right.
And so that's great that we're doing this, but this program is really coming back and doing an assessment and finding what the flaws were. So how they're changing this is going to be much better. But right now, I think they have about how many vacant kiosks do you all have? 7?
Well, there's seven that are not having permits at all. But then some of the others, Council Member, are often vacant.
Right.
We only have a few that are consistently occupied.
So what they're going to do is they're going to do an RF request for proposal, I believe, to go out for the ones that are vacant and open it up for folks who want to actually be. This program is really trying to promoting entrepreneurship. So one of the things I was saying to them when they were talking to me about it last week, they revamping it, is that I think it's good. I just want to make sure that if we look at the new kiosks, is going to give them a 3-year lease, and then the other folks is that we market it out to people in our community. Because if it's all downtown, depending on where they are, people may want to get those kiosks. And the way they're setting up the program now, it's going to be much more financially feasible for them to do this without being a whole burden and cost to them. So the thing I asked them to do was to make sure that they send the information out to the council members when they open up the RFP for it, so that we can send it out to people in the community who may want to actually lease one of those kiosks.
Oh, great. Okay.
Yeah, so thank you. So I'm ready for a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
One second, Madam Chair. I'm trying to get up this straight with Ms. Lindo, the staff. There's an issue in Section 10 when it comes down to the preference points for those legacy vendors. That number is in dispute. In a discussion Mr. Keene and I believe other staff had with Attorney Hilliard and the vendors that they represent, they went back and forth on a number, and I just want to make sure that number is correct. From what I was told from the conversation, from their reporting of the conversation, that and please correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner King, that you suggested that they throw out a number that you all would accommodate that number. And I have an email from the Attorney Hilliard, of a suggestion of the number of 75% for the legacy vendors. I just want to make sure that we're voting on the right substitute. Because I sent the substitute with the correct number to the staff and asked that it be presented as the substitute that we would be voting on. Now, is that correct? That number is 75% as the substitute?
Councilmember Bond, we spoke in December. We originally presented this to this committee at the beginning of December. We subsequently met, as you know, with yourself and others about it, and hence the substitute, which clarifies the preferences for the existing vendors. We had always had 25%. We did say in a meeting with an attorney for one of the vendors that if they had a suggestion for some other number that would be preferable, please give it to us. We did not get that until, I guess it was last night, when that email came to us suggesting 75 rather than 25, which in my mind is a little bit too much. I'm suggesting that if we do want to raise the number of preference points, we go to 40 or 50. The reason for that, council member, is that we have just a few, as I said earlier, businesses that regularly occupy the kiosks and are kind of the stars of the group, so to speak. But a number of the permits are to people that really don't occupy, even though they have a permit. They're very sporadically, if ever, occupying the kiosk. So if we gave in the case of one of the stars, certainly a 25-point preference is going to be sufficient to give them the leg up they need. For someone that really isn't much occupying a business in a kiosk, as many as 75 is really going to, make it hard to move on from them when they're not even really interested in operating a business in the kiosk. So if we were to try to meet in the middle somewhere, we're suggesting 40 or 50 points in light of the communication we got late last night. Have I explained that clearly?
Yeah, I understand what you're attempting to say, but I guess I'd have to stand with the vendors who have worked, have occupied their spots faithfully, haven't been sporadic, and have tried to be at the table to make this vendor program work despite tremendous obstacles. And I want to ensure that these people, when we have a new and fresh and bright program, that they can still participate. Before I go further, I guess I just have a question. Why not just grandfather these particular vendors who are doing well, who aren't abusing the kiosk or underutilizing the kiosk? Why not just grandfather them in? Hello?
Yeah, Councilmember Bond, we to some degree, the 3-year period that we're proposing in the legislation is a grandfathering of sorts to give them 3 years. Often when you do grandfathering, there's some period of associated with that. So we added the 3 years to give them time for that very purpose.
And then within that 3 years, their contract is not going to change. Is that right, Mr. King? Or what's changing in that 3 years?
Well,
because I do remember in that 3 years that they were getting something entirely different than the other folks. And so, and then in the next 3 years, when everybody come up with bid, then that grandfather will go away. So make me understand what the difference is.
Yeah, they'll be out on the.
They would after the 3 years they would enter the RFP process. We would just, in each of the next 3 years, we would extend, if they would like, we would extend their permit for each of the next 3 years under the existing arrangements. But in the third year, after the third year, they would then enter the RFP process with these preference points associated with their existing locations. That was another concern that they had in our meetings in December, was that it wasn't specifying that they could stay in their existing location. So we associated the preference points with the existing kiosks that they operate in.
Yeah, I still don't understand why you just don't grandfather them in. Because that is, and please correct me if I'm wrong, or someone correct me if I'm wrong. As I understood it from our meeting, there'd be a 3-year period while the RFP process was developed, and then there would be an RFP, but that still doesn't guarantee a spot for people who made an investment for, at that point, over a decade. So why don't we just simply grandfather in these particular vendors who've done well and who've suffered through?
Grandfather them in for how long, Mr. Barnes?
Well, until the new program is in place. At least until then. And then
when is the new program?
I would imagine that they would have a consideration in the RFP process, and at that point, it would be almost 15 years, I would think.
The Councilmember Shepard, to your question, the program will start this year. As was said in the presentation, in the first quarter of this year, we would do an RFP. So in March or so, we would do our first round of RFPs for the kiosk. The program would actually begin this year, where we would transition to the RFP process. But for those existing vendors that want to, as I said, they could just, in each of the next 3 years, re-up their permit. So they wouldn't need to enter the RFP process until after the 3rd year. So specifically for those vendors, we're giving them those 3 years to just continue with the existing permit if they would like to. As I said, we have a few stars, but even most of the permits that we have for the kiosks are people that are not really operating businesses. If they are at all, it's incredibly sporadically, and this has been going on for a while. So we want to, in the RFP process, make sure that we're giving preference to those few stars so that they can continue, because everyone benefits from their success. As Councilmember Bond says, they've been there, they've created viable businesses that are doing a service to the community really by operating there. That's why we've really geared the RFP to be in favor of them. But for those that have permits that don't really operate businesses there, we don't want them to continue. That's why we're doing this. So it's there's a matter of, you could say, well, all of those that have permits now for the kiosks are the same. Let's treat them the same, but they're not, because there's only a few that have quality operating businesses within them. And so we're trying to give the preference such that we're benefiting those people that have been operating businesses there, but still allow us to move away from those that just have permits and don't operate businesses out of the kiosk. So this spring, starting in March, we do RFP for the kiosk, but those that are currently operating businesses or have the permits would have the ability to, if they like, extend their permit in each of the next 3 years. So it wouldn't be until after the 3rd year that they would enter the RFP process. And when they do, they would have these preferences in the RFP process.
Yeah, but that 25% is still very shallow. And if you do extend them for 3 years, and there's someone that comes online this year, 2021, then that might create a disadvantage for those who have been there, in the sense that you're allowing new people to come in and gain experience that might knock them out in 3 years. So I still would like to see an increase in the preference point for these legacy vendors. I prepared an amendment and said 75%, but I'll take 65 to make sure that the 3 years will be there. Because I just think it's unfair that they have suffered through the tempest, the hurricane, the flood, the fire, and they get to a point where not only you bring in new competitors, but in 3 years those competitors will have experience that potentially could knock them out. So I'd like to move my amendment.
Mr. Bob, Mr. Faruqi wants to speak when you're finished. You have someone else have their hand up to speak. They want to ask a question in reference to that.
Okay, well, I'd like to move my amendment to change the 25% to 65%.
Madam Chair, this is Councilmember Faruqi. Can I speak, or do you want to wait for?
Yeah, well, I
see if there's a second or not.
Yeah, I was trying to get a second.
Well,
but I'm not going to be able to support it, but you, if anybody wants to second it, go ahead.
No, I want either, and I'd like to speak to as to why, but I will pause to see if someone wants to second it.
Second, Boone.
All right. So now that there's a motion and a second, we can now speak. Mr. Faruqi, can you go ahead and speak?
Yeah, I represent, probably along with Councilmember Winslow, maybe Smith, depending on where these are. I represent most of these, and I would argue that a 25% benefit for having been there for 10 to plus years is probably, frankly, too high. I mean, the street vendor program is in need of revision that city planning is pushing here because it's been so mediocre at best. And I think this is one of the frustrations with downtown is that we allow mediocrity to fester. And, I think we're being incredibly generous by already saying, look, you're already grandfathered in for the next 3 years. But there is only downtown residents and visitors to benefit if we have more competition for these slots and more innovation for these slots. And so I have no qualms about throwing open the gates and saying, bring us your best ideas to bring these streets to life. There are people of all ages and ethnicities and backgrounds who would love to have a crack at these and to get their toehold in these kiosks to the benefit of the city. And so I will not be supporting Councilmember Bond's motion, though I appreciate his sentiment. And I'm fine moving forward the paper as presented, but I will not be supporting this amendment.
Thank you.
This is Councilmember Winslow. I'd probably be muddying the waters if I offered a substitute. But for people who have stayed in the game and who have continuously operated and actually, bought product and been in the kiosks, I mean, those are the main ones. I'm interested in seeing get a leg up. The other folks that have held on to the kiosk, I'm okay with them, having preference, but they didn't put any additional money into product or into selling that product. So I'd almost like to have 40% for those persons who have been there the whole time and 25% for those persons who, have, not really had any product, because not only do you not only do the other people have to pay for the kiosk, but they also brought product in and stayed in business. And to me, that's a business person when you stay in business. through the good times and the bad times. So I've just got to, I'd love to give the people that have been in business 65%. I think that'd be great, but not the other people that haven't been in business. You know, I think that's giving them too much of a leverage. I want to know where they were. Even before 2019, last year, what were they doing? How come they couldn't get their business together? Something's wrong with what it is. Maybe just holding on to the kiosk for some other reasons.
Ms. Winslow, you're where I am too, and that's what my question is. Why don't we have all these vendors who suppose they're paying, but they're not doing anything? It's almost like, it reminds me a little, I shouldn't talk about the airport, some of those drivers out there were holding on to those vouchers and things. But anyway, I just think that this is I think it would be only fair. And I just need to ask a legal question. And I'm sorry, Mr. Farouk, I jumped in, but I'm going to jump back out. But I do need to ask the law department a question too. But I just think that it's only fair where we are at this point. And I agree with Mr. Farouk. At some point, we have to fish and cut bait. And the folks are out there, you know, why is it that we got 12 places and you can say only X amount, small percentage of people are actually vending, all the rest of those things are empty? What is that about? I just think it's time for us to really move this on to another level. And the way they do this program is going to be one where you can pay for the maintenance of the kiosks. It's not going to be a cost to them. They're breaking it down into monthly payment. So they're making it easy on so many different levels. So and 25%, I just think that I'm okay with that. I really am. Mr. Farouk, can I ask Ms. Robinson a question?
Yes, please.
Ms. Robinson, can you talk to me about the this blue people bending? Can you break down what Mr. Bond was saying in terms of the blue bending? Make me understand what we're talking about in terms of that. The purpose point.
That's no problem. Thank you, Councilmember Shepherd. So as of December 31st of 2020, there are a number of persons who are permitted to vend in a kiosk. Those permits are going to expire sometime around March of 2021. Only those persons holding a permit currently, which will expire in March, will be able to renew their permits for the 3-year period that has been discussed and called kind of the grandfathering period. So if I have a vending permit right now that will expire in March, I can renew it. I can renew it for 3 more years. But no new vendor can come and get a permit if this legislation passes. Only current vendors, which are our legacy vendors, will be permitted to renew. And that's all kind of set forth in Section 9 of the ordinance. Then moving on to Section 10, which deals with the preference point for legacy vendors. Once the 3 years runs out and they move on to the RFP program, which will start for people who are not currently permitted or locations that are not currently permitted, that RFP program will begin this year. But when the legacy vendors 3 years ends, it will only be legacy vendors who have maintained permits beginning now through the next 3 years who will be granted the preference point. So there's no chance that somebody brand new could just show up today and start vending and then 3 years from now reap the benefit of the preference points. It will only be persons who have vended at least going back to March of 2020. You would have had to have gotten a permit at the absolute latest during the lottery in March of 2020.
Thank you. You gave me clarity. I'm sorry, Mr. Farouk, I jumped in. Go back, Mr. Farouk, go ahead.
Yeah, you articulated my stance Madam Chair. I'd like to call the question on Councilmember Bond's motion.
Okay.
I think you already had a second from Councilmember Boone.
Right. And that motion was to, what was the motion again? Can you articulate what your motion was again, Mr. Bond?
Well, thank you. But what my motion was to increase the point for those continuously in business, like Ms. Robinson stated, that they get 65 points instead of 25 points. And so as Ms. Robinson has stated, for those, the commissioner's concerned about people being inconsistent in maintaining their kiosks furthers my point. I want to make sure that the people Ms. Winslow talked about, who have continuously been in business, that I mentioned, the stars that the commissioner referenced, that when it's time for them to enter the RFP process in 3 years, that they have a hearty amount of points so that they can still continue their business. And so it goes from 25 to 65. And that's it. And I also want to comment while I've got the floor that, like Ms. Smith and Ms. Winslow, you know, I represent these people too. I represent that area of downtown, and I want to see downtown prosperous. I want to see these vending locations, popping with people and product. As a matter of fact, before others have joined the council, myself, Ms. Winslow, going back some decades, have been advocates for vending in downtown, and we wanted it to work. And, you know, I'm not opposed to the legislation. I just want to make sure that the people, through their own blood, sweat, and tears and money, who have been there all along since we've had this kiosk program, who sweated and put in, who are out there on days like today when it's cold, it's wet, it's rainy, when they're providing product to our citizens, that they still have a means to continue their business, and that the city says, hey, we appreciate in this small way what you have done. So I don't want to reward people who are holding on to real estate, hoping to flip it or sell it or lease it to someone else. I want to reward the people who have been there in the trenches. And that's what the amendment is about. And I hope that you all will support it, because we want to support our small business people, particularly those who believed in what we said as a city over and over again. So the program has turned and churned and changed. They've been there all the time. And I think that this is a small action to say that these couple of businesses who operated consistently, not the ones that haven't, per Ms. Robinson's explanation, will be rewarded with 65 points at the end of the day. And I don't think that robbery to say, hey, thank you for believing in what we've said, though we haven't done it many times, but we're getting it right this time, and we're going to take care of you going forward in the future. I don't think that's wrong for the city to want to uphold its word that way. So I hope those of you on the committee who have expressed that you can't support it will reconsider. And those who've been silent, I hope that you will support the amendment and vote our way, not to support me, but to support the small businesses who've been operating, you know, underneath broken promises from the city of Atlanta, or unfulfilled commitments and program tries over and over again, who've been there, and yet this is another one that we hope will work, that we will do something that will help them have a leg up for their sacrifice and their having believed what the city of Atlanta has told them over the last 15 and 12 years.
All right, I'm going to call the question. We're ready for the vote.
The vote is open, Madam Chair.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
No.
The motion fails. 2 yeas, 5 nays.
All right. So we're now back to the original substitute before us. I will make a motion to approve. Did we already do the substitute? We brought the substitute forward. So the motion is to approve. Is there a second?
Second, Winslow.
Motion to approve is substituted, rather. We're ready for the vote, Ms. Lindo.
One moment. The vote is open.
Mr. Bond, how do you vote?
I abstain.
Okay.
Madam Chair, this is Councilmember Brooks. I'm kicked out of the system.
Okay, so how do you vote?
Yay.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair, this is Councilmember Frick. I got kicked out as well. My vote is yay.
Okay, thank you. 4 yeas, 1 abstain. Okay, we hadn't finished yet. Okay, so that's 6 yeas and 1 abstain. Motion carries. Thank you. We have one more, guys, one more. Item number 25.
Yes, Madam Chair, that's ordinance 20-1752. This is an ordinance by the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee authorizing the mayor or a designee in accordance with Section 2-1163C, Article 10, Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to ratify contract SC 7175 Inmate Dental Services with Quality Plan Administrators, Inc. on behalf of the Department of Corrections and exercise renewal number 1 for a term of 1 year, retroactively effective from June 4th, 2020 through June 3rd, 2021, in an amount not to exceed $130,671.96. All contracted work to be charged to and paid from accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
All right. Are there any questions? If not, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second, Winslow.
All right, we're ready for the vote. Mr. Bond, how do you vote?
Yay.
Mr. Hillis, how do you vote? Well, you all just call who doesn't, who can't vote.
Boone, yay.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Boone.
Faroki, yay.
Thank you. All right.
Madam Chair, that's 7 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable.
All right, the motion carries. We're now at the end of our agenda. Please mark your calendar for January 21st at 1 o'clock. We will have a work session on ACDC, the Corrections Department. So please make sure you are in attendance. Is there anything else I missed, Ms. Lindo?
I think you've covered it, Madam Chair.
Thank you all so much. It took a minute, but
Madam Chair.
Yes. Yes, sir.
When we have the work session, I'd like to ask if yourself or the staff members can inquire if there has been a real offer from Sheriff Labatt on the Atlanta Pretrial Detention Center for a sale. And I say that to say, because I want to put this on the table, I don't believe the city should sell that facility to the county, because citizens who live in Atlanta and who are also Fulton County residents have paid for it once already. So if there are discussions for the county to acquire the use of the facility, I'd like for them to consider a lease, because if we do not own a facility of our own, and if we're going to continue to maintain a police department that enforces a municipal code, we will need someplace to put our arrestees. And so if they lease the facility, perhaps some agreement can be worked out where the sheriff takes on those responsibilities and does not charge us for them in some type of arrangement that is mutually beneficial for both the county and the city, as it was some 20 years ago when we worked cooperatively with Fulton County to deal with the arrestees here in Atlanta. And also, I would just say to those who advocate for less jail space, I have it on good information that our district attorney our newly elected district attorney is going to be hyper-focused on gang activity in Atlanta and Fulton County, and that will require more space to hold those arrestees as well. So this is a large problem. It's not easily remedied or solved. And so I hope that will be a part of our conversation. And just as I yield to you, I make one other point. For those who had indicated that we as a city follow or not deal with or support situations where border detainees or were held in our facility, I hope that they will also consider this, that we don't also want our own African Americans and Native Atlantans held in conditions just a mile and a half away on Rice Street in crowded and overburdened conditions when there is a solution 2 blocks from City Hall. So I hope that we will have that and other robust conversations going forward about these facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. And I think, that as we have this work session, there are going to be some options in terms of the fact of what you're talking about in terms of if the jail is so what is going to happen to our folks. And so that is going to be a part of that work session also. And we absolutely do need to have a place, because I'll be honest with you openly, we can always have people. I hear a lot of people saying, just close the jails. We don't need to lock people up. But the reality is there are some people who can always be a problem for us, and even in terms of municipalities. And as you heard Chief Mitchell say today, a lot of these folks are they're in and out, and they're gone. And so we do have to have a place, a structure where we're going to have them. So that is going to be a part of the discussion on the 21st. And if I hear anything else about that before then, I'll let you know, Mr. Bond, or all my committee members know. Okay?
Yeah, and Madam Chair, and hopefully I'll remember to bring it up next week, but I used to work at Fulton County. So the bottom line is that a number of years ago, the jail was under a consent decree by a federal judge that said they could have no more than 24 or 2,500 inmates in at a time, because they were sued by an inmate. They lost that suit because it was overcrowded.
Yes,
and we know the whole thing. So for 10 years, they were overseen by the federal judge. So what happens is, and that may be one of the reasons why our crime rate is going up, they can't take everybody that the Atlanta Police Department arrests. That's one of the reasons that the police are frustrated. They're not going to they can take the people over to the jail, but like you said, Madam Chair, there's a turnstile, and those people are in and out, because they can't have an overcrowded jail. So when we start looking at statistics in terms of crime going up, that's one of the reasons. So we have to be sensitive. We have to really educate the public too, okay, as to what's going on.
And that's what I said earlier, Ms. Winslow. There's a lot that we need to make people understand this whole process and what's happening. I'm not going to hold y'all up any longer. I got to go to Zoom.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right.
So we'll talk about this one. Talk about this later. But you all have a great evening. The meeting is officially adjourned. Y'all have a good evening.